verify these forms. We're downloading one by one and offloading the data from that, tallying that, and putting those numbers together. We managed 2,529, and we're getting those from those that have been submitted on the public portal, of which there are 38,074. So this is where we are with the numbers. I know you're looking for a couple of raw numbers that just sort of help you understand where we are. This is where we are with 2,000 forms, 34A. It's still early days yet to see which way this goes. But those are just some raw numbers, I guess, Jamila, that, many people want to know to sort of get an understanding and a feel of, where we are with the presidential vote. And, this is now actually the 10th of August, 16 minutes into the new day, that is the 10th of August, the day after the general election, where voting and tallying and counting and transmission continues at the various polling stations, where our reporters continue to be, giving us the numbers from there. And remember, there's reports of certain candidates who are also doing their own tally, who are then conceding defeat based on the numbers and where they see it going. Some of them saying, well, we don't think this will happen. But the chair of the electoral management body, Wafula Chebukati, did promise that we would get results in the daytime, and he would make that declaration. All results, all
that is foolproof and cannot be tampered with, not only to register voters, but to ensure safe voting for all diasporans. Countries like Estonia do this, countries like India do this, and it's a very safe space.
Okay.
And the number of diasporas is not that large, right? So it's not like you're dealing with 50 million Kenyans. You're really dealing with a fairly small number of people that you can regulate efficiently with technology. So I think that's something we really need to think about investing in, because we need to expand the number of Kenyans that we bring on board to vote.
Well, Prof, you've raised some very interesting points there. I hope the IEBC is listening. I know the diaspora conversation has been a big one. Hang on the line. I'll come back to you a bit later on, and hopefully my colleagues Vicky and Sam can throw in a couple of questions as well, should they have them. But let's now cross over and come closer home. By closer home, I mean instead of a 14-hour flight, we're talking about 8 hours. Let's go over to the United Kingdom, where we have a couple of Kenyans there who also got a chance to vote today. Lucas Kamau, the chair of the Kenya Community Council, Esther Tera, a lawyer, Tyrus Jenga, a businessman, and Janet Wainaina as well. And we should be having them up on the screen in just a bit. I hope they can hear me as well. And I know that there was quite some excitement in the UK. I saw the Kenyan Commissioner to the United Kingdom giving instructions on the same. And I don't know who I'll start with. Lucas, maybe I start with you. What was your voting experience like today? Lucas, if you can hear me, or Janet? Okay, I think you need to unmute your microphone. Just unmute and have a go at that question again.
We have unmuted. Can you hear us now?
Now we can hear you loud and clear. Greetings from Kenya.
Fantastic. Yes, fantastic. Yes, today we had a brilliant day down here in London. We had a vast we are excited here. As you can hear the background noise, we are still counting the votes, and people are listening to, are watching what is happening down in Kenya, and we are all excited about this election today, being our first election to happen in the United Kingdom.
I know you're not IBC officials, but at this hour, you're still counting the votes. How crowded was the polling station, the polling center that you voted at?
Well, we've left the polling station, but we are off the polling station at the moment. But by the time we left the first polling station, we had counted the votes, and it's looking good here in the UK.
It's looking good. Okay, walk us through there's been a concern here about voter turnout. First of all, voter registration there. What was it like? I've just spoken to a gentleman who spends most of his time in the States, and he was a bit disappointed with how Kenyans turned up and also the amount of time IBC spent in the States registering voters. Did you share the same concerns?
I do share the same concerns, and I echo his concerns, because in the United Kingdom, when we first started registrations, we were only allowed to use the passport in the first instant. But after the court ruling, then we went on to the IDs, where we only had 2 days to register with our ID. So it was slow in the beginning, but in the end, then we pushed that numbers up. That's why UK managed to push the numbers up to 723.
Or 723. Let's talk about also what happened today, the KEEMS kit. What was the experience of the voters there with that device here? Well, the IBC says it's only 200 out of the 46,000 KEEMS kits that had challenges. Any challenges reported on that end?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Esa. So yes, we did have a lot of challenges with the KEEMS kit. Actually, when I was in the queue, there was a lady in front of me who took almost 15 minutes for her fingerprints to be able to register on the KEEMS kit. And at that point, I did ask, isn't there like a manual register which we can use or something? Because she clearly had registered on time, and her details were there. But the fact that the queue was kept on growing. And I'll be very honest with you, people in the diaspora, when they plan, they'll come for 1 hour. It has to be 1 hour. It's not 1 hour, 5 minutes, because we do have a lot of things. So when you say you're going to be there for 1 hour, you have to. So you expect the queue to actually move in a very systematic manner. But when you're having a delay with the kids, and like there's just a hiccup here and there, it turns people off. Which also it's quite reflective on the number of votes that have been cast today. It's not that the people are not there. It's only that the queue is too long. There's this and this issue. Somebody will go back home, or people will go back to work because they had a limited time period that they had to be there. So yes, we did have issues. I did see one who was in front of me, and I think in future, I do understand that the manual register is a really big issue because of the rigging. But I think let's find another system that is acceptable to all the parties involved in the election, and which is actually easier. I accept we are going into a new generation, a more IT sort of generation, but let's find something that can work best for everyone. That would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Wow. And because of your experience, how long then did you spend at your polling station? And on average, how long
for me,
Yeah, go ahead.
Luckily for me, I took 5 minutes or less, because when I used my fingerprints, my name came up, and I voted before. It wasn't my first time to vote, so I knew exactly what to do. I didn't need to ask the questions of how long should the X or the tick be there, what should I do. So yeah, kind of took 5 minutes or less, to be honest.
Okay, wow. Before I allow my colleagues to jump in on, do you guys have the numbers, how many Kenyans live in the UK? Just for us to understand what the potential would be if a majority of them were registered. What kind of constituency would that offer in a future election?
Yes, we have got over 300,000 Kenyans living in the UK. But as I said earlier, the registration was slow because of ID and passport issues. So going forward, I believe 2027, we are going to make a difference in the elections coming.
Wow, very confident there. Vicky, I know you've been listening. Any thoughts to our Kenyans in the States and in the UK?
Certainly, though I think the lady in red wanted to make mention of
Janet,
something.
go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to add something and to say, like, when diaspora was told they can vote, most people did not trust that it's going to happen. So it took us a lot of time to actually convince Kenyans to get out and go and register to vote. And when that happens and they agree to register to vote, then we had a problem with most of them. Their national, or their Kenyan passport was, expired, and they had to think about, we can't renew the passport within this time. So when they were told they can use the ID, so we had to use our medium to make sure that we call out the numbers. That distrust was still there. Is the Kenyan system going to work? Is the Kenyan government going to have all my documents? Are they going to know everything about me? So there was a lot of distrust with the diaspora. But what we are looking at right now, after the process of what happened today, we had a lot of good, as much as there was those hiccups, a lot of people had a really good feeling about today. Most people, actually, I had a group from Reading which took a bus to come and vote from 7 a.m. in the morning. Some people came 6 a.m. in the morning. So the excitement was there. And I think from today, what the diaspora is saying, that we can't wait for 2026, 2027. It means the diaspora is wanting to get engaged from today and tomorrow with the incoming government. They want to know, how can we make the next elections become the diaspora is the Tharaka-Nithi. We want to feel that the 4 million votes that are in the diaspora, or potential votes in the diaspora, can actually be registered and happen. So I think we've taken the challenge. We had the small start, but I think the future is bright for the diaspora as a voter.
Indeed, the future is bright. Vicky?
Yeah, thanks, Wahiga. Just listening into some of what they were talking about, of course, Professor Monda talking about how difficult it is for IEBC to implement diaspora voting on a broader scale, especially for a country like the United States. But, just to hear from all of them in the US and the UK, being so far away from the action, so to speak, campaigns are going on here months to voting day. And oftentimes what takes you to the ballot is a message resonates with you. You hear something in a manifesto or a campaign speech. How do you politically engage being so far away, at least physically, from where you are? And that's without kind of giving indications as to who you voted for.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Some of our people have had to travel from far. We've not been coming from Scotland, which is
Okay, the signal has dropped. Challenges of tech, but we hopefully we'll be able to get them back as well once they're back on for that. And we'll also be speaking to other Kenyans in the diaspora as well. Do we still have Prof. Monda on? Not yet. Okay. But Sam, I think, has results from the diaspora. How convenient, Sam?
All right. Yes, I got some results because, of course, you know that there has been some 12 countries that have been conducting these elections in the diaspora. Just quickly, some of them are in Africa, some of them are in North America, some of them in Europe, including Germany and the UK, in Asia, that is UAE and Qatar. So let me just go straight to the results. We know that from the forms that we've seen in Germany, for instance, the embassy in Berlin, there are some 115 people that voted for Raila Odinga. 104 voted for William Ruto, 2 voted for Ajakoya, 3 voted for Maure. Then in Qatar, the embassy in Qatar, 135 voted for Raila. William Ruto got 169, 0 for Ajakoya, 0 for Maure. In Rwanda, there are some 2 polling stations. The first one, 170 votes for Raila Odinga, 82 for William Ruto, 3 for Ajakoya, and 0 for Maure. Then in the second polling station, 150 for Raila Odinga, 81 for William Ruto, 4 for Wajakoya, 4 for Maure. South Africa, Pretoria, there are some 2 polling stations. The first one, 161 for Raila, 54 for William Ruto, 0 for Wajakoya, 1 for Maure. The second polling station in Pretoria, 159 for Raila Odinga, 67 for Ruto, 2 for Wajakoya, 1 for Maure. In Tanzania, there is a polling station in Arusha. The first one, Raila Odinga got 91 votes. William Ruto, 45, 1 for Ajakoya and 2 for Maure. And then in Dar es Salaam, 87 for Raila, 43 for Ruto, 0 for Wajakoya and 1 for Wahiga. And then in Uganda, Kampala, the first polling station has reported 148 votes for Raila Odinga, 73 for William Ruto, 1 for Wajakoya, 0 for More. And then in the UK, London, at the High Commission of Kenya, 190 votes for Raila Odinga, the first polling station, 95 for William Ruto, 3 for Wajakoya, and 2 for More. Then the second polling station, still in London, 183 for Raila Odinga, 103 for William Ruto, 2 for Wajakoya, and 3 for More. In the UAE, they are yet to upload their Form 34A. In South Sudan, there's some 2 polling stations. The first one, 250 votes for Raila Odinga, 140 for William Ruto, 0 for Wajakoya, and 1 for Wahiga. Then South Sudan, the second polling station, 264 for Raila Odinga, 129 excuse me, for William Ruto, 0 for Wajakoya, 1 for More. Of course, I'm sure many are asking, what's the total? So for Raila Odinga, from those polling stations that have so far been tallied, from how many countries? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, eight countries. Then you have Raila Odinga scoring 2,103. That is from the diaspora. For William Ruto, 1,185. Wajakoya, a total of 18. And More, a total of 19. I don't know what these results will be telling you, Vicky and Wahiga.
All right, Sam. Very interesting. I'm surprised that there are some that still haven't come in. 700 votes surely shouldn't take that long to count. So,
well, some countries like the US, time difference, Canada, time difference. So maybe.
So which ones haven't come in yet?
The UAE has not.
So the UAE was the one I wondered because we're not too far off.
Which is actually a few hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
But US obviously.
US I'd understand. Yeah. Canada maybe.
Still, maybe this is the time they're tallying.
Yes. Yeah.
Few hours behind, and of course Canada.
Okay.
And actually, Canada has 3 polling stations. I think in Vancouver there is Toronto, and the other one, Ottawa. Yes.
Okay.
Very, very interesting. Prof. Monda, initially I thought he was still in New York, so I'm having to keep reminding myself he's right here with us. Prof, talk to us a bit about. So there's been a drive to even change the law so that those in the diaspora are, feel fully included in the democratic process and transitions that Kenya is going through. Just briefly mention what's been happening in regards to that before we throw in another question.
Yeah, I think there's been a number of suggestions in terms of changing the law. I think one of the big ones is to have diasporas directly represented in the legislature, right, which would be our Kenyan parliament. So, for example, thinking about how we could, for example, have, based obviously on, the quota of population, right, the population size of each region, where there's obviously the largest number in the United States and the UK, have, based on population, have diasporans, have actual representatives in parliament to deal with their issues, like MPs deal with issues for their constituencies, right? Obviously based on population. So areas with larger populations might have more representatives elected by diasporans, to represent us in the parliament. All those seats could be nominated. I think there's also been suggestions around economic enfranchisement. And by this I mean, for example, for myself, right, if you have a pension fund and you're saving for retirement, think of the number of diasporans who would be saving vast amounts of money and who will be retiring in the next 5, 10, 15 to 20 years. If we could pool all these resources, these millions of dollars that are stuck in UK and US banks, and bring that money or loan that money to the government, at low interest rates, this could really enhance our national development rather than doing high interest rate loans from the IMF or from Chinese banks. So there's all these different suggestions, but I think a lot of these thoughts cannot really be concluded because diasporans feel very disenfranchised. If you allow people to vote, that's a huge step to them investing in the country because they know then their rights will be protected if they start up businesses, if they start up factories, or if they bring their children back home. right? And then I think lastly, also in terms of using diaspora talents to advance our national ethos. So specifically, how can diasporans be state officers? There was the specific case of Mwende Mwinzi, our current ambassador to South Korea, and she had a lot of problems actually when she was nominated by the president to represent Kenya, right? Just because she had a dual nationality, which is allowed for within our constitution, right? There was a lot of resistance to her, acting as a state officer. And I think when these things kind of happen to diasporans, then diasporans who are actually born in Kenya, their children abroad actually feel left out. They feel like second-class citizens. So I think at the level of representation directly in parliament, I think at the level of these pension funds that diasporans have abroad being brought back to Kenya to really accelerate economic development. But I think thirdly, at the level of reforming our civil service code and ensuring that parliamentarians know that Kenyans abroad didn't lose their citizenship just because they went abroad. How do we engage these enormous talents to advance Kenya? I think these are some of the reforms that are key, and I hope going forward would be acted upon to ensure that we maximize this incredible talent of diasporans all over the world.
Well, Prof, some of the reforms you're talking about might involve changing the supreme law, either through a parliamentary or popular initiative. So maybe that's more of a long-term discussion. But the way in which diaspora remittances have now, I think, beaten coffee, tea, and tourism, I imagine is one of the reasons why those in the diaspora are saying the Kenyan political elite must take us more seriously at a time like this. Vicky, I think you had a question?
Certainly, and it's interesting to hear Professor Monda's suggestions there in terms of increasing the agency of people who live in the diaspora and how they interact with the political goings-on here in Kenya. But Prof, to you, when you think about that engagement, you're away from the action, so to speak, on the campaign trail and making that connection. I believe we have lost him. Okay, this is just not meant to be.
Is it lost? Did you say something we've lost?
We've lost Professor Monda.
I think you said something about lost something else, and then he got lost.
I see what you're trying to do there.
That was the last word I heard.
It's too early in the morning for you guys.
on that one.
Oh, Polly Vicky.
We'll come back to him at some point, hopefully.
Yeah.
But Sam, do you have any new numbers? I just noticed on the IEBC site, we are seeing some movement. We are at 87.14% of the Forms 34A that have been registered so far.
Yes, quite a bit of progress, as you say. But unfortunately, remember that IEBC this time round is just uploading those forms. So it's even when they say that now 87% receive, it just works for us because we'll still access them. But that means more work for us. We just wish that IEBC was in a position to really process this for us. But let's just take a quick look at how the numbers are looking now. Look, it's just 0.1% to get to 50% for Raila Odinga. That is based on the results so far that have been tallied. Raila Odinga with 739,000 votes. That is 49.99%, but very close to William Ruto, who has 48.5%. So the difference of about 22,000, 739,000, 717,000, and it keeps changing. The votes that have so far been counted by our teams is 1.4 million, which could be around 10% of the total voter turnout, but we will be determining that in not so long. Then, of course, you'll see that the polling stations that have so far submitted is 4,722. Compare that against the total 46,229, again, a percentage of about 10 or 11%. I just want to quickly look at this map, Wahiga and Vicky, because you look at it, looks with a bit of quite a lot of blue. Let's just count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You can actually miss Mombasa and Nairobi. That's tiny.
There, yeah.
That's 13. Then 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So 24 counties out of 47. So the balance is 23 going yellow. Let's process this a little bit, because if you have to look at, for instance, the Mount Kenya region, which is of interest because it has very many registered voters. Central Kenya, for instance, that is Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Nyeri, Nyandarua, and Kiambu. They have a total of 3.1 million registered voters. This is how it's looking like. William Ruto in Kirinyaga is polling 80.75% of the votes that have so far been counted. Raila Odinga follows with 13.36% of that vote. George Wajackoyah 0.56%, and of course More Wahiga with less than that. So these are 40 polling stations so far counted. Let's compare this to what happened in 2017 in Kirinyaga so that you see how those patterns are looking. So this was Uhuru Kenyatta. He had gotten 97.59% of the votes that were cast in that election, and Raila Odinga was polling 1.02%. That is Kirinyaga. In this election, he is polling so far 13.36%. Let's focus on Kiambu, for instance, which is yellow. 23,000 for William Ruto, 74.79% is what William Ruto has scored so far. Raila Odinga is polling 23.82%. Remember, the opinion polls are showing that Raila Odinga would get 24% in Mount Kenya. It only appears true in Kiambu. The other regions, the other counties within the region are not showing as such. But in 2017, and this is where it gets interesting, Uhuru Kenyatta was scoring 92.27% of the vote that was cast in that election, and Raila had 7%. So 7% this time around from what the tally is so far is at almost 24%.
Sam, if I may interrupt you, one of our guests earlier here, Professor Omenya, raised the question of, well, some of the numbers that we saw in 2017 and 2013 put into question. Did we have an unbelievably high sort of voter turnout in certain areas that looking at the results this time round would cause some to question?
That's a good question. And actually, when you look at the voting patterns, let's just focus on it a little bit in 2017, because let's look at Kirinyaga. What was the voter turnout? It was 87.15%. You might wonder, what was the voter turnout in Nyeri? It was 86.82%. Now, note that number, 86.82%. In Murang'a, it was 86.88%. So is it a coincidence? 86.8%, 86.82%? I don't know. But also, look at what Raila Odinga was getting.
The numbers. Let the viewers...
they will deduce what that means.
They want to come.
Yeah, so Raila Odinga got 1.19% in Nyeri. In Murang'a, what did he get? Did I just lose Murang'a? There it is. He got, there you have it, 1.78. In Kirinyaga, he got exactly, is it 0.99? 1.02%. In Nyandarua, do you have Nyandarua here? I think Nyandarua moved. No, it's here. It should be 0.78% for Raila Odinga. But that turnout, this time round, I don't think it will be there.
My goodness.
But if you remember the cues, they're considerably wrong.
And I think some of the big talking points over the next couple of days will be some of the factors that led to that turnout then that may have been missing now. And that's been a big discussion in the build-up to this. And I guess those numbers are confirming that a lot has changed.
Sure.
For this particular election.
In the last 5 years, absolutely. You wanted to make a comment, Mudira?
Wahiga asked a question, and I would like to just respond. In terms of the numbers, if in 2013 we called that election free, fair, and credible, same to 2017, even this one with the numbers it's giving us, let's believe that it's going to be as free, fair, and credible as the other ones. After all,
you call the 2017 election that was annulled credible?
No, there was an election
disputed.
after that one.
Okay.
The repeat election.
The repeat election.
Yes.
The one you're referring to.
And it gave us numbers. And those numbers gave us validly elected leaders in the name of president and deputy president.
Okay.
So even with the numbers we're getting now, it's going to be as free, fair, and as credible as the others we've had.
Let me ask you something. And when you were talking with Vicky earlier, you were talking to her about the youth apathy, the hope of 2002, a hope that then maybe was re-energized in 2013 with a new constitution. And you're right, that was a very exciting moment. And maybe a reality in 2017 that sort of really hit home in 2022. And thus has kept young people away from voter registration and maybe away from voting this time around for those who had registered. And the IBC still hasn't released full voter turnout numbers. So maybe they might surprise us tomorrow with that final number. So then why do you continue to pursue elective office if you feel that it hasn't created the change? Are there other ways to create change in this country as Mudhora Kariara, apart from pursuing elective office? Because those who've done so in the past have not brought about the change that young people are looking for.
We live in interesting times, Wahiga. For instance, you can see the optimism by the diaspora. They now are very excited about being included and the process being inclusive when young people in Kenya and a majority of Kenyans are feeling disenfranchised and they are disengaging from the process. So when you have this mixture of variables, then it says we have a chance to make whatever we have better, because ideas are going to mix and the best will of course come to the top. I said on the 6th of June, when I was barred from proceeding in this race, that I would not be offering myself for any elective office until we've achieved electoral justice in Kenya. And after that, we went to court. And of course, the provisions of the law that were used to bar certain aspirants from running have since been called out as unconstitutional, null and void. So with the improvements, the gradual change that continues to happen, I will continue to engage with the system, because when you do not engage, when you do not turn up, you've already lost. So by showing up, perhaps for this nation, we can win. They just mentioned how we had to amend the law to allow for Kenyans in the diaspora to be allowed to vote with their ID. You remember, most Kenyans start with an ID before they decide they're going to go into the diaspora, and then they acquire a passport. And then when they are abroad, of course, they do not need their national ID, because out there they use their passports. But then we couldn't just give it to them. They had to fight for it. So for things to get better, we all have to keep engaging.
Okay. I like your glass half full perspective. I wish it would spread everywhere. Vicky, Prof is back on. You had a question for him. I hope he will be on long enough.
3 times lucky. Let's try this once again. Prof, you know, like I mentioned, you being so far away, that proximity issue for diasporans to engage politically with what's happening on the campaign trail, manifestos are being put out. What resonates? How do you connect civically, politically during the campaign season that then pushes you to actually vote for a particular candidate?
Well, I think a couple answers to that. I think the first one is, my generation is, grew up in the era when the political space was extremely constrained. And when, we had the Mulolongo style of voting, where the person with the shortest line ended up winning, if they were in the right party. So I appreciate the steps we've made in terms of democratic progress, in the last 25 to 30 years. But I think more importantly, I think for me, engaging at the distance, I think the internet's incredible. We get news. I sometimes talk to my relatives and inform them of news in Kenya, and they're in Kenya and I'm in New York, and I get to know stuff that's happening in Kenya even before they do, right? So this incredible capacity of technology that's really made the world a lot smaller, I think is also really, really important. But I think thirdly, in terms of my perspective as a scholar practitioner, I teach political science. So I can't encourage my students to vote if I'm not actively engaging and voting and engaging in my civic responsibility. So I just think, having been born in Kenya, having, been so thankful to this country for, making me who I am, and for my family, my mom and my dad, encouraging me to be the best that I can be. I believe this is part of my process of giving back and encouraging future generations to also aspire, to their highest ambition.
Prof, thank you so much. I don't know if Sam had anything for you. I think he's too engrossed in the numbers. No number questions for him, I guess, Sam. Not at the moment.
Well, I don't have questions for numbers. I'm just wondering what time the Kenyans based in the US were voting in the US. That would explain why we are yet to receive the forms.
So, Prof, we're yet to receive the form. How many Form 34s were we expecting?
We're expecting from three. That is New York, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles.
So, Prof, we haven't received those Form 34As yet from those three locations? Any guess of when we could?
So I'm not quite sure what's happening. I know the diaspora voting was essentially sequential to the particular time zone. So
Yes.
if you were in the US, you would actually start voting at the equivalent of the Kenyan time in the US. It would be domiciled to where you were. So if it was 6 a.m. in Kenya until 5, you could do 6 a.m. in the US until 5 p.m. in the US. So I'm not quite sure what the delay is here because it's not that many votes to count. And I would hope they would speed up the process. But, looking at the glass half full rather than half empty, let's hope that it's part of this verification process to make sure that every vote gets counted. We should have those forms uploaded pretty soon. But I must add also that I'm really impressed with the transparency of this election cycle, that I can actually do what Citizen TV is doing right now just by uploading the 34A forms. It's really incredible because this really opens up this transparency in terms of our elections. And I'm hoping that these returns from the US can come in soonest because it's quite honestly not that many votes. And I'm not quite sure what's going on. The IEBC would probably speak better to that.
Okay, but I think that actually partly answers the question, because if you had to look at Washington, D.C. versus Nairobi, the time difference now is 7 hours. So 5 p.m. Washington, D.C., that is midnight. So it's now almost 3 a.m. So 3 hours later, assuming that the polling the polls closed at
5
midnight. So maybe within the next hour, we should get something.
And if it's on the other side, on the West Coast, it would be even...
They're 3 hours behind the
Yes,
East Coast.
yes.
So maybe by 6 a.m. when you're done with our shift, we should be having some forms from that region.
Prof, thank you so much. And if we need further insights, we will definitely give you a call. And thank you for shedding light on that. And we'll be speaking to more Kenyans in the diaspora as well. We hope to get to speak with one in Canada, in South Africa as well, just to get a sense of what today was like for them and any challenges they may have experienced as well. But in addition, we'll be checking on our teams. We have the largest contingent of reporters across the country, and they are monitoring those constituency tallying centers and county tallying centers as well. And we'll continue to get updates from them and hopefully some declarations of final results, if we are lucky, in the course of this morning. We also continue to bring you some of the results as we get them. And Sam, what do you have on that screen there? What do we have in terms of the latest numbers?
Okay, now the total. Let's just get the total for the presidential election, and it's also on your screen. So far, 1.54 million votes have been counted by our teams here, and that shows that Raila Odinga has 768,112. William Ruto follows closely with 754,164. So that's 49.72% versus 48.81%. Remember, the threshold to become president is that you have to win at least more than half of the votes cast. That is 50% plus a single vote. So say 50.00001% you become president, but also you have to get at least 25% in 24 counties. And that is why looking at the color coding of this map is very important, but also we'll be interrogating it in as far as how many votes they have scored from each of these regions. Wahiga, I want to take you through, and Vicky, remember that during the pre-election days and weeks, there used to be posters reporting that there are certain counties that are battlegrounds. Let's just look at some of them. The first one of them was Lamu County, and let's see how it's polling so far. It's painted yellow for now, but this is the reason. William Ruto has 333 votes so far from 4 polling stations. That's 49.26% against Raila Odinga with 331, a difference of 2. So truly a battleground so far. If you have to look at the county of Mombasa, at some point, like 3 weeks before the election, it was also listed as a battleground. So far, Raila Odinga has 58.11%, then William Ruto has 39.28%. I don't think that qualifies to be a battleground because he's already above half. The other county that was a battleground was Marsabit. Let's see how it's looking now. Just cooperate. Fine. So William Ruto has 9,702. That is 54.70%. Raila Odinga has 44.59%. Is it a battleground? Well, close, but a bit of a difference, because that's a difference of about 10 percentage points. The other county that was a battleground was Tana River. Look at it, how they are polling. 53.67% for Raila Odinga, 43.93% for William Ruto. But in 2017, this is how it looked. It was also close to a battleground, because Raila Odinga got 51.42%, while Uhuru Kenyatta got 45.7%. But if you look at the weight of the vote, that is the totality of the vote, not the weight of a single vote, because it's the same anyway. So 141,000 are the registered voters in that county. I just want to look at another battleground. That would be Isiolo. Where is Isiolo? Isiolo should be here. And the percentages, look at that, 49.7%, 49.16% for Raila Odinga. That's a true battleground.
What did it look like?
Statistical dead heat, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, in 2017, let's see. Let's see how it looked. This is what it was, 49.19% for Uhuru Kenyatta, 34.81% for Raila Odinga, and Dida Mohammed got 14.55%. So still, you can see, with no one scoring 50% and above, it is truly a battleground. But this now is very interesting, and it's very consistent with the pollsters that what they had been reporting.
I'm sure Muthiora Kariara is wondering why you aren't displaying some of his results. He was on the ballot. Then, have I spoken truth?
Wahiga, I must state that the numbers you're using are from the election that was declared invalid, null and void. If we were referring to the other one that held, then perhaps that would be representative, because sometimes people say we scored very low numbers, and that's why they do not reflect.
How many votes did you have in the repeat election?
Well, in the repeat election...
You walked into that question.
Totally.
That I could state.
No, wait for the answer.
Okay.
That I could state. We had less than 30,000 in the
first election.
The first election, we had 24,000.
So you gained.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll be checking on that. But Muthiora, I'll tell you why actually the first election is more representative. Because it was national participation. And remember, the Supreme Court never expressed itself on the numbers, on the veracity of the numbers. They spoke to the process.
Yeah.
Well, I still insist, if it was declared that it was not valid, we should go with the election that was declared as valid, because it goes down on record that the election that was upheld in 2017 was the repeat election.
And
But those numbers, as organic as they were, cannot be trusted in your opinion, because it was considered null and void.
Yes.
Okay, we're not trying to change history here. We're not trying to say that the president won in 2017 because he got this. We're just using this for statistical reference. And this is data from the IBC, published.
Yes, that's true. I agree. But then, as someone...
No, but I understand your reservations.
The basis, yes.
Yeah, but it is what it is. So that's how it's looking at some of the battlegrounds. Wahiga.
Okay. Muthiora, so tell me, so what does a candidate do on a night like this? What's going through your mind? Are you able to sleep? Are you calling your agents every minute? Give us a sense. From a media end, we are tallying, we are in studio, we're doing links.
Well, now that you're talking about past figures, I will take you to the reality in every candidate's mind on D-Day. And that is, when they are preparing for election, they all believe that they're going to win. Even if polling has been done and it has showed that you have almost zero chance of winning. So today, every candidate woke up believing that a miracle will happen for those that perhaps have not worked hard enough, or for those who have, that they're going to win. So there is a lot of restlessness, because in a snap of a finger like that, your status could change and you could have a chance to actualize the promises and the plans you had for the people. Now, in Kenya, if I can face it head on, most people sleep poor, but after elections are called, their status changes in that previously they may not have been able to afford a meal in a five-star hotel. But if they serve for a couple of months, they can afford to buy the hotel itself. So the stakes are really high in Kenya. So there are people who are in that surreal club or section where everything that's happening doesn't seem like it's happening. Yes, they are getting numbers, and some of these numbers are not in their favor, but they think there is something magical that's going to happen. Now, there's of course the people who have been around them, the people who convinced them that you're leading, you're going to do well.
They're fueling that dream.
Right.
Yes.
Then at this late hour.
Yes. And I'll tell you, Wahiga, these people never give up. They will even walk with you to the tallying center, even after they have seen what the numbers are, and still keep fueling the dream that you had. Now, unfortunately, a lot of candidates do not prepare that second speech of concession.
Yeah.
They do not even prepare their support system so that just in case I do not make it, I will need you to come through for me in this way. Maybe it's because of the training we have in Kenya, but I think going forward, we need to engage more with aspirants so that they embrace the reality that there are two outcomes in every battle, especially one that involves running for office.
Well, and in this case, just a follow up to that, because of course there were 4 elective races that were suspended. In the case of that, where you anticipated, you campaigned, you spent money, resources, and then told, listen, we're not having it on August 9th as planned, this draws you back severally in terms of steps as a candidate. What's going through the mind of that particular candidate, for instance? And then, by law, we don't know whether they'll be allowed to campaign in that period up until August 23rd, when they said those races will be held.
It's catastrophic.
Yeah.
It actually happened to us in 2017 when the presidential election was nullified and we had to go back. Now, of course, the first thing that hits you is you did not have sufficient funds to run the first campaign, and then now you have a longer duration and you wonder, how are you going to manage? That's the first thing that hits you. And then in this case, it's just a select part of those who are running in this election that are staying out of it. So it's a totally new experience that there'll be people who will be celebrating, others will be mourning and moving on. But then we have you who is waiting for a date to be fixed for your election. So it's going to be marred by confusion. There's going to be lots of anxiety. And then picture this, there is the electorate that has already participated in the election. And they are the same people you'd be hoping will show up to vote for you when the dates are eventually fixed. So this is a new experience. Now that it's happening on a bigger scale than it has happened before. It has happened in a couple of other elections,
Right.
but then not to this scale.
Right.
And I think it's a chance to deepen our democracy, especially given that there are people who have said it would be a good idea for Kenya to stagger elections. Instead of having all 6 elections in one day, maybe if we had presidential elections and then these other elections on a different day, it would be good. So this will give us statistics about how to go forward with this matter.
Sam, I can see a very cheeky smirk on your face. Like, you want to jump in?
Vicky, I'm a nice person. So, Mutira, you told me that in the first election is called 24,000 votes.
Yes.
And in the repeat election is called 30.
Well,
That's not true. So let's just get the numbers. In the first election, that is
yes.
August 2017, yourself, Jafat Kaluyu with Mutira Carriera, you scored 11,774 versus your claim of 24,000. In the repeat election, that is, you got 30,000, you went even lower, 8,261. In total for both elections, Why are you laughing?
I can see
you got 20,035 votes. So really what you're saying is not correct.
We have a very strong fact-checking arm here.
Yes, we do.
And I just wanted to take you through because you questioned the figures of 2017. Yeah, and I'll give you the 2013 figures. For instance, for Isiolo County, this is 2017, 49.19 versus 34.81. In 2013, 55.41 versus 29.61. Not so far, 29.61 for Raila, like was in 2017. Same year, 13.28% for Dida, 2017. Pretty consistent, 14.55. And I'll later show you some of the figures about the other battlegrounds, including what had been listed as a battleground in Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, and Vihiga. Yeah. What you Vihiga?
I think Vicky should give you and Karriera space just to sit and have a real discussion there. But, really enjoying some of the banter that we have here, even as we try and make sense of these numbers, both now in 2017, both elections, and in 2013 as well. Also, we're keeping tabs on what's happening in the ground. Our large contingent of reporters constantly updating us on what's happening in their polling stations, if there's still activity there, or in the constituency tallying centers as well. And at this moment, we want to hear from the returning officer, Wilfred Wainaina, in Igembe South at the Maua Girls Secondary School. So far, 140 Form 34As out of the 173 have been uploaded to the IBC portal, but we also know that only 2 have been processed and announced at the tallying center. Let's get an understanding of that by listening in as the returning officer, Wilfred Wainaina, gives us that update.
Yes, this is Girls Secondary School where the tallying center for Igembe South constituency that has over 77,000 voters, and today was their day. And now is the day of the returning officer in charge of this constituency to tally all the votes coming from this constituency and give out the results. And as it's happening in front here, you can see the officers are busy going around and checking all that Form 34As that are arriving from all the tallying centers that are in this region. And I'm privileged to be joined by the returning officer from this constituency, in charge of this constituency. Welcome to Citizen TV, and maybe briefly you can inform us how has the process been so far by the closure of the voting process. What's the percentage of those who had arrived?
Thank you, Citizen. This is Igembe South Tallying Center at Maua Girls. The voter turnout at about 9 hours was 12.8. At about 13 hours, it was at 3.75. Finally, when they came to close at 5, it was at 67.34%. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe briefly you can give us a brief of how has, since the closure of voting and the start of the vote count, how has the process been from you are the polling officers at the station?
Thank you so very much. When our station closed at 5 p.m., they took like 15 to 20 minutes just to rearrange the rooms into counting rooms. So the counting has been going on. They've had to fill the forms, particularly for presidential, they had to transmit electronically. When I look at my back end here, I can see like 140 out of my 173 stations have already transmitted the presidential. Thank you.
Maybe briefly, after now, this the Form 34As have arrived here together with the other forms for the other contestants, the other positions. Maybe what next? What's going on at this station now? What maybe and when do we expect maybe to see the completion of the activities here?
Yes, there is a procedure how we count and tally the results. We start with the presidential. Then we go to the member of National Assembly, we go to the MCA, then we go to the Senate, Women Rep, and finally Governor. So that is what is happening in the moment. We are already in the presidential tallying. Thank you.
Maybe from your own observation, because IBC is like it's a service given to the public. How do you say the election process has been this since the start of yesterday morning, and now we're in a new day, in the middle of the night? How do you say the process has been, and how is the look of the people around here? the voters?
Yes, I think the electoral process has been largely peaceful. The process has been highly inclusive. In each and every step, we've walked the journey with the voters, with the candidates, with the agents. So as you can see, even in this tallying center, it is very peaceful. Even now, even as I'm announcing tallying of this result, we've urged our agents to share the results form with the chief agents and the candidates. So when we come to tallying, we are actually encouraging the candidates to have mini tallying centers in their sitting room. Even the citizens, we want to be very open. We want to walk this journey together. We don't want surprises. We want them to know what will be announced here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asante Sana. Thank you very much. That is the returning officer for Igembe South constituency. And remember, this is a constituency that has held contest for the parliamentary seat. Remembering that in 2017, it voted in the youngest member of parliament. And that say, maybe he was among maybe those who are the low income. Remember, he was termed as a man who came to the parliament with a pullover. So the contest has been hot here, and this is the place to give the results, to give what the Mwananchi gave in their voting process. From Igembe South constituency, my name is Gregory Muredi.
Thank you so much, Gregory Muredi, giving us that particular update, and we'll be giving you more updates like that even as we continue the, I was going to say the night is young, but should I say the morning still young, and we will continue to let you know what is happening there. That returning officer, Wilfred Wainana, was speaking on the voting process so far, not voting, rather, counting, tallying. 140 Form 34As out of 173 had been uploaded to the IBC portal, but so far only 2 had been processed and announced at the tallying center, and he was seeking a response to that. This is at the Maua Girls Secondary School in Maua Town. This is in Igembe South constituency tallying center. And of course, we continue to show you some of the numbers that you need to be aware of this morning. And remember, we're getting the Form 34As. We're manually inputting them into our systems, and that's why it's taking some time. But this is what we have so far. Raila Odinga, 788,655. Actually, 88,814. The numbers have just changed, and they might change again when this comes up. William Ruto, following closely, 774,470 votes in for him as per those Form 34As that we've received. Remember, these are provisional results, the final results, the ones that will be used to declare the winner, the ones that will be used to fill that Form 34C. And then the Form 34D, which is then handed to the winner, will come from the IEBC, specifically the returning officer for the presidential race, Wafula Chebukati. George Wajakoya there, 7,716. David Moore, 3,071. So for Raila Odinga, we're at about 49.73%. William Ruto following quite closely, and those numbers have just, let me turn to that screen there, that has been walking us through, 48.80, so 49.74%, Raila Odinga, 48.80%, William Ruto, 0.48%, Wajakoya, and 0.19%, David Mwaure. And of course, one of the questions that Kenyans have been asking online is, what does the possibility of a runoff look like? And we'll be talking a bit about what that would look like, some of those IBC timelines that you need to be aware of at this time. We're not saying it will happen. You know, it's still early days, but in terms of those constitutional timelines, Vicky, some of the things that could happen here, obviously declaration of results within 7 days. And once voting started, we entered that window. The filing of a petition to challenge the presidential election would then happen within a limit of 7 days from when the results are announced. The determination of that petition within 14 days. A fresh election, if nullification occurs, would be within 60 days. Right. But the timeline for a runoff is within 30 days of the previous election. So we are closely monitoring that numbers, because if none of the candidates achieve that 50% plus one and majority of votes in 24 out of the 47 counties, then this could be another historic election, one that I know many Kenyans hoped would end this week.
No, absolutely.
Some of the sentiments I'm hearing, yes.
Absolutely, Wahiga, and we certainly wouldn't want another Maraga moment as we saw in 2017 that will take us back to the ballot, at least in terms of the presidential. But again, this remains to be seen as the numbers, and these are not absolute numbers just yet. They're all provisional. But, Mudhira, what do you kind of make of the results so far? Do you see that eventuality of a runoff? We saw some pollsters predicting that could be the case from how some of the polling numbers are coming in for Raila and Ruto in particular.
My extrapolation indicates that we are likely to have a one-round election in 2022. I would say, judging by how the numbers look, I've told you that I spent the last 2 days in Dagoretti North monitoring results, and before I came here, we were going through results from some of the polling stations, and the number of spoiled votes as compared to previous elections seems to have gone down significantly. In 2017, for example, all the other fringe candidates put together could not match spoiled votes. So if the number of spoiled votes not as much as they were in 2017, and then the numbers that we see Wajakoya and Maure continue to post remain as they are, this election is going to be called in the first round. We are going to have someone that will meet the threshold of 50% plus one. So let's hope they go through the forms faster than they promised they would, and in at most the next 24 hours, call it in. And I don't think there is a problem in declaring results at night. It has been done before it worked. Our constitution says that it's the swearing in that should be done within certain timelines.
The IBC said they would not declare any.
Yes, but if there is a chance that they could declare it earlier, there's no need keeping people waiting.
Well, let's see. Constitutionally, they have 7 days to do that. So that'll be August 16th, if it comes to that.
And one gets the sense they could drag it out. But they have learned lessons from 2017. Right. This is, in many ways, a different Chebukati. One of my guests earlier on talking about one who's willing to play safe and really be very cautious. Again, it's just reading into it and not anything that sort of have on record. And even just looking at the last status update that he gave and the IBC gave earlier, I was going to say earlier today, yesterday.
Yes, right.
Yesterday. And, Kenyans are really expecting a sort of this very... very serious pronouncements that gives the direction of in terms of what's happened. But in this simple 2-page statement, the chairperson, appreciated Kenyans for turning up in large numbers to vote, talked about voting closing in a majority of polling stations, except in Kakamega, Makueni, Isiolo, Nairobi, and Mombasa, where voting started late. And as a result, time lost was compensated. And that's the reason why our teams are still waiting for some of the Form 34As from some of those counties. But the results transmission then was also launched, and that was at about 10:30 p.m. And that's what you've been seeing on the screens, transmitted Form 34As. And right now, and I actually need to check where we are with that, the IBC public portal now has, we had the 40,000 mark, 40,672 Form 34As of 46,229. We are at the 87.98% mark. And I like what one of our speakers earlier on said, that if you are a political party with the muscle to download those Form 34As and count them,
right,
you have 90% accuracy.
No, absolutely.
Your results.
And that has
right
helped
now
boost at least the transparency. An ordinary Kenyan could go to the portal and download those Form 34As. So, you can literally see that journey your vote has traveled. If, of course, you know which polling station that you voted in yesterday. But do you feel that has helped in terms of boosting that transparency? The trust factor we were talking about earlier, when you see this access the IBC is giving, Mudhira?
Yes, it has to a great extent. In past elections, it was impossible. I would say you'd have to hide to take a picture of the form. You would need express, sometimes written authority, just to take a picture of the documents that are signed by agents in past elections. So this is part of what IBC has done right. in order to increase transparency, they have opened themselves up to scrutiny. And that's a good thing, because the way they operated before with the opaqueness, it only served to create the trust deficit we were talking about here earlier. And I hope that the forms, as Wahiga was saying, if the parties have the muscle to get their own operatives to work on the numbers, there would be a way for them to engage, because one team will come up with numbers, IBC will declare the results, and then we're going to have a duel where they should meet in court. Now, of course, when they meet in court, the numbers they'll be talking about for the period of 14 days, it may not be possible for us to go through form by form.
That's over 46,000 forms to go through.
Yes.
Let me cross over to Sam Gituku. Sam Gituku, do you have a step counting goal each day? I ask that because you keep going back and forth between them, and you probably have covered it by now to get fresh numbers for us.
You know, I was reading something not so long ago. You may have seen it, that sitting down is almost the same as cigarette smoking.
As smoking, yes, I read that article as well.
Ooh, and I usually have to stand up 8 times a day. I've done 2 so far. I have 6 more times to stand up today.
But you have time. You'll catch up.
Plenty of hours.
Yes, so I'm just from the other side of, should I just call it the Tallying Center?
Yes.
I've seen there's some few more that have come in from the diaspora, and that is from Burundi, 75 votes for Raila Odinga. This is the embassy in Bujumbura. Then 21 for William Ruto, 2 for Ajakoya, 3 for Maure. And then there are some results from Tanzania, the 3rd polling station in Dar es Salaam. Well, there are 3 in Tanzania, so 2 of them are in Dar es Salaam. So the second one in Dar es Salaam, 96 votes for Raila Odinga, 39 votes for William Ruto, 1 for Wajakoya, and 3 for Maure. Then from the UAE, the embassy in Abu Dhabi, 34 votes for Raila Odinga, 24 for William Ruto, 2 for Wajakoya, and 0 for Maure. So the totals, this is how they're looking from the diaspora vote. Remember, there's some 10,443 registered voters in the diaspora spread across some 12 countries. The total now is 2,103 votes for Raila Odinga, 1,269 votes for William Ruto, 20 for Wajakoya, 22 for Maure, the diaspora vote. That's how it's looking like. And of course, from the screen that here you will see out of the 46,229 polling stations, of course, Eldas constituency will not be reporting as of this morning, because they go to polls in the next less than 3 hours, because the polls open at 6 a.m. And so far, 5,408 polling stations have already been counted or tallied by our team here, but of course more have uploaded their forms to the IBC portal, and you'll see that it's at 49.69, keeps changing. That is for Raila Odinga and William Ruto, 48.84, and this is how the map is looking like. And I'm sure we will be coming back to look at some of the battlegrounds that were and how they are appearing, because you'll see that some counties like Bungoma is painted yellow. So be sure to look at that with Wahiga and Vicky here in studio.
Sam Gituku, with an election with about 22.12 million registered voters,
right,
with possible 70 to 80% voter turnout, that comes to hopefully what, 16, 17?
If you have a 70,
you're gonna go direct and calculate.
If you have a 70% voter turnout, it comes to 15.47 million.
15.47.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So we are looking for for speculation's sake and discussion's sake, for the candidate maybe who gets to 7 million votes as the one.
Yes. The one who gets to 7.7 million.
50% plus one look like for that 15 million?
Yeah.
Well, if you have a voter turnout of 15 million, as you're saying, then 7.5 would be your path to State House, and it's very tight. Look at those percentages: 49.69 versus 48.84.
Yeah,
it is pretty tight. So this we may have to wait until the final constituency brings in their votes. I don't know whether it will be clear to tell who is winning it before Eldas.
Yeah, I was going to say Eldas might be the one to really solidify whoever's victory it is.
But just before you go, look, this is Wajir Wajir County, they have a total of 207,000 registered voters. I'll be checking out how many Eldas has, but it's not a lot. So very big in size, but not very many votes, but still very crucial, especially in the calculation of 24 counties that you must have scored at least 25%. So if you get 25% of this, it should be about, this is about 42,000, and then you've already cleared that threshold, and then therefore you will need now the absolute numbers to be in a position to get to the level of 50% plus one. Wahiga.
All right. Well, I think we can take a short break now, catch a breather. Thanks for staying with us. Who would have thought that there'd be so much to talk about at 3:30 a.m. It only happens in election season. So let's take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Of course, you know you need to keep it here. We continue bringing you the results as and when we get them. And this time round, it's not the IBC. They're just giving us those Form 34As. We've got our tallying center here, and the teams are busy there updating the results. And we'll continue to stream them your way, both on TV and on our app. As we continue, we'll be right back. Well, we continue with our coverage of the 2022 general election. Kenya's Choice 2022 is what you need to be following closely, both on TV and on our digital platforms as well, on the Citizen Digital app. And we're still here, still trying to crunch these numbers, trying to understand what's going on. And let's tell you what we have right now at the moment. Remember, these are provisional results. The final results will be released by the IEBC. But for now, our team's continuing to collate those Form 34As. And they're telling us that in terms of the presidential race, Raila Odinga in the lead, 50% rather of the total Form 34As counted. And the votes that came in with those forms are 870,405. William Samoei Ruto, 49.03% of the votes. That's at 862,086. We have George Wajakoya, 8,494. That's 0.48%. And David More, 3,427 votes. That's 0.19%. But, and those figures will keep changing. I'm sure you're following them on your screen as well as you follow us wherever you're watching us from. And by the way, thanks for staying with us. And for those of you who have chosen not to go to sleep until you get the signal to, thanks for keeping us company this morning. So we were talking a little bit about battlegrounds before we took that break, and Sam Gituku will be coming back on for that, but we're here with Victoria Rubadiri and of course Muthiora Kariara. Thanks for staying with us, sir, as well. And the latest Ipsos poll showed that 12 counties would present a battleground for the presidential candidates. These included Lamu, Nyamira, Wajir, Mombasa, Kitui, Samburu, Nakuru, Narok, Kiambu, Bungoma, Tana River, and Marsabit. Now, we want to get a sense with these provisional results whether that has been proven true, that the race was too close to call in some of these counties. So let's see what we have on the screen. So Vicky, Narok is here, and it's on the list as well. William Samoei Ruto in the lead with the forms count, the data in so far, 17,985 votes. Raila Odinga, 16,066. So William Ruto having surpassed that 50% mark. So, well, not too close, but still quite close, I think is one way to put it. And this was updated about 7 minutes ago or so. Okay, I think, did I see Kitui also on that list? Yes, there we go. So, yeah, not much of a battleground there, Vicky. 26,489, 70%. So far for Raila Odinga of the votes counted and transmitted via Form 34A, and 10,683 votes for William Ruto. That's 28.14%. Okay, very interesting. So we're looking for some of these other counties as well. Did I see Turkana? No, not yet. I'm looking for Tana River. I'm looking for Marsabit. I should probably head over to Sam Gituku's wall. So there, okay. We've got Tana River there. Raila Odinga, 5,415 votes. That's 52.76%. William Ruto, 4,575, 44.58%. Not quite a battleground, but, this could change with time. And again, these results were tabulated and sent in and updated about 10 minutes ago or so. I talked about Mombasa. So here we go. All right. Pegged as a battleground, doesn't look like it yet. Raila Odinga leading 11,683 votes. That's 58.21%, almost 60% of the votes counted and transmitted. William Ruto, 7,901, 39.36%. And it's interesting, Vicky, to talk about Mombasa because the gubernatorial race there was postponed.
No, exactly. And there were some fears, at least among the electorate, as to whether all the other seats would be suspended as well, and the impact that would have on voter turnout. And we had to keep clarifying here on Citizen TV and all our other platforms that nope, it is just the one, the gubernatorial. All other seats, the other 5, they would be able to vote for. So interesting to kind of see how that played out numbers-wise.
And of course, the question was the psychology of a voter. And voters go to the polls for different reasons. And I had discussions with people who said, I don't care about these other 5 positions. I'm just going to give this one person. And if that race then is postponed, then I have no motivation to go to the polling station, queue, maybe be harassed a little bit, maybe not find your details in the Keems kit. I mean, for me, it was pretty quick, but we've had all sorts of stories out there as well. So that's something to think about. Okay, let's see, Kiambu. So, and here we have that pegged as a battleground according to that poll. It hasn't been, clearly. William Ruto leads 75%. My goodness. Wow. While Raila Odinga, 8,275, 23.53%. So unless things change substantially there, not really a battleground as had been pegged by in that poll. All right, let's see what else we have. I'm looking for Bungoma, Tana River. Bungoma, here we go. And again, these results not quite tallying with that poll. William Ruto, 35,127 votes so far. Results updated at 3:51 a.m. That's 63.31% of votes counted and transmitted via the Form 34A. Raila Odinga, 19,149, 34.51% of the votes. So again, not quite clear the correlation between polls and what actually happens on election day. And remember, again, the results we're talking about are provisional results, and we'll keep repeating that just to make it very, very clear. Samburu, let me take Samburu, then I'll cross over to Sam, who I think is also on standby with other results. Raila Odinga there, 54.99%. So again here, not quite a battleground. Raila in the lead, 8,955 votes, while William Ruto, 7,165. That's 44%. So not looking quite like a battleground. Let's see if we can find very quickly Kakamega, another gubernatorial race that was affected by that announcement by the IEBC the day before yesterday. It's probably at the top. Can we try and find it very quickly? If not, Sam will pull it up on the wall for us, and we'll see if we can get it. Okay, let's see. There we go. Okay, it's Kakamega. 47. So the first question would be, and we'll be able to check this a bit later on, total number of registered voters and how many actually turned up to vote. And then compare maybe with 2017 and 2013 and see if you can generate a trend. Was there a significant difference? But in terms of the numbers we have so far, 47,260 votes for Raila Odinga. If Kakamega was pegged as a battleground, and on this one, the posters got it right in the sense that it hasn't played out like a battleground. Raila clearly leading 74.28%. William Ruto with 15,145 votes as of the provisional results so far, 23.80%. Sam Gituku, you've been missing in action. Anything interesting you came up with on your forays into the tallying center? Again, I think you've done another 20 steps.
Oh, easy.
Easy, right?
Yeah.
Without a sweat. Well, I got some new results from the US. Finally, we have one polling station reporting. That is New York. The consulate in New York. Raila Odinga has 180 votes. William Ruto has 32. Wajakoya has 1 vote, Maure has 0. So that raises the total from the diaspora vote for Raila Odinga to 2,488. William Ruto, 1,301. Wajakoya, 21. Wahiga, 22.
That's from which polling station or center? Which location?
This is New York.
New York.
Consulate.
And
yes.
we're waiting for what else?
No, we're waiting for Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, Canada, that is Vancouver, Ottawa.
Okay.
And Toronto.
Okay.
They're yet to report. As soon as they do, be sure to get those figures. There's something I found interesting that you're talking about. That is Kakamega. And maybe it may also be interesting. Vicky challenged me that I need to know the western part of the country. So let me try. Kakamega, of course, the Wahiga has already spoken about it. It appears to be going blue. If you look at Vihiga, which was one that may turn out to be a statistical error in terms of the surveys that were done, majority of them actually. But the last InfoTrack survey showed that Vihiga had actually gone to Raila. And so far, of course, only 98 polling stations have been counted, which is just about close to 98 out of 627. Now, what percentage is that? Maybe it's about 20 or 15? No, actually 15, around 15% of that. So Raila Odinga has 60.56%, William Ruto has 37.01%. Now there's a county, help me look for Bungoma. It should be at the border.
Yeah.
I am doing well, Joe.
Good first try.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. So this is Bungoma. Remember, this is where Senator Moses Wetangula comes from. How is it polling? William Ruto is leading with 63%, almost 64%. Remember the promise of 70%? Bring 70% of the vote, get 30% of government if they win the presidency. Raila Odinga has 33.92%. Let's compare this to 2017 and see how it has drastically changed. In 2017, Raila Odinga had the 60+%. It was 67%, 67.45. Uhuru Kenyatta had 29.95. In 2013, just look at it. It gets worse. In 2013, Raila Odinga had 52%. Musalia Mudavadi, 30%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 12%. Of course, Musalia Mudavadi was not a candidate in 2017. He was backing Raila Odinga, and that went up to 67%. Now, the tables have turned, and William Ruto appears to have taken that, 63.9%. So,
we're seeing a strong attempt to wrestle Bungoma.
Exactly. Yeah. So still early.
And
because
it's still early. That's why
if you look at that
attempt.
Yeah, it's just 9% of turnout so far tallied. Now let's look at Another county that was part of the game.
At some point, show us a bit of Machakos later on.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, there were some promises made there also. In
As
that
well,
region,
right?
As well, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's first. I want us to look at Trans Nzoia. Now, this is. Oh, I got it. Vicky, what do you think?
I'm not so sure why you're so surprised that you're.
Because you challenged me.
I did.
I'm glad that I'm.
And you've gotten this in a matter of minutes, might I add.
Okay,
So well done.
This is Trans Nzoia. It's a battleground, correctly predicted by the service. If you're to use this as a basis, right, Pothiora?
Yes.
Yeah. So William Ruto leading with 50.6%, and Azimio's Raila Odinga 48.01%. Let's see how it was in 2017. This almost a battleground because Raila Odinga was leading, yes, but with 53.78%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 44.24%. In 2013, when Musalia was also on the ballot, it was worse for all of them. It was a total battleground because Raila Odinga didn't even get to 50%, but he was ahead. Uhuru Kenyatta was at 37%, and Musalia Mudavadi was 12.38%. I wanted to look at another area. Which other one was it? Busia. We haven't spoken about Busia.
Just
Who
go.
knows where Busia is?
Yes, there you go.
Because Busia has Lake Victoria. Victoria, right? So
The water body, not me. But yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for clarifying.
Raila has 56,376, so 80.89%. William Ruto has 17% so far. If you had to compare to 2017, look at that. Not so off the trend, but pretty changing because Uhuru Kenyatta had 12%, William Ruto now is posting 17%. So a difference of 5% that has gone to William Ruto and taken off from from Raila Odinga for Kisumu County. Vicky, what do you think? Look at how it looks. 97.46% out of the votes tallied so far. William Ruto has 1.62%. In 2017, how did it look? This is such a stronghold. Look at that. He had 83.97%. I'm just wondering, because Uhuru Kenyatta had 1.68%, so where is the other percentage? We'll have to check that again to be sure that percentage is there.
Okay. At least the other candidates who were factored in. Yeah, so only the top three. Yeah.
So maybe they got a bit of the cake.
Yes.
Yes.
And maybe just
Allow Mudiona to comment
before
on this
you
one.
move too far away from the western part of Kenya,
Right.
you remember there has been this talk about the impact that Musalia Mudavadi has had in Kenya Kwanza.
Yep.
But clearly, looking at the figures, you see that William Ruto has eaten into what used to be Raila's vote basket.
Right.
So it's true, numbers do not lie. Clearly, there is value that Musalia Mudavadi has sort of added to William Ruto. Especially you look at the case for Bungoma.
Right.
Clearly, it's been flipped in favor of William Ruto.
Though I'm not sure because it's Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Wetangula. Bungoma is the backyard of Moses Wetangula. Let's look at the home county of Musalia Mudavadi, which is Vihiga. I'm looking for it. I think we touched on it, but here it is. So far, Raila Odinga still ahead with 60%. In 2017, how was it? When Musalia Mudavadi was with Raila Odinga, it was 88.7%. So that's a difference of about 28%, which is quite significant if you have to look at it like that. Yeah. We'll wait and see the total outcome. But also you will realize that Vihiga has fewer registered voters, which is at 310,000. Compare that to Bungoma, which has more at 646,000. So for William Ruto to get 60% of this, then that's significant.
Yeah.
But now the second level of analysis, Wahiga, is does the much that Ruto is eating, the cake from Raila, does it compensate with what Raila is eating
in
into the cake of William Ruto? Can you look at that?
And that would be primarily in
Central and also Rift
Valley.
Valley.
Pay too much attention to the Rift Valley to see if there's been any impact there. Go ahead.
Yes, let's start by looking at the Rift Valley. So this is Nakuru County. William Ruto, 70.54% so far. Raila Odinga has 28%. So let's see if he has eaten into that cake. Remember, Nakuru is a very big county, 1.05 million registered voters. In
Very
2017,
cosmopolitan as
yes,
well.
very cosmopolitan as well. In 2017, Raila had 14.6%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 84.2%. So 14.6% for Raila Odinga in 2017.
So he's doubled that now.
In 2022, it's exactly double.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's a much bigger county.
So
as
40% of 1 million,
Yes.
if you're to use that as the base figure, then it gives you such a huge chunk. And you need to compare that against a place like Vihiga County, where Raila has lost about 28% to William Ruto. Let's look at another county. You have something to say?
Well, I'm just imagining if whatever has happened in Nakuru, for instance, we go back to the campaign period when Raila was so well received in Uasin Gishu, if he's going to gain even a small percentage,
Right.
if you could just pull that up,
Yes.
then maybe the dots you are connecting about what Raila is losing in what used to be his stronghold.
Let's look at it.
Yeah.
This is Uasin Gishu. So far, William Ruto is posting 88.37% of the votes tallied. Raila Odinga is posting 10.92%. In 2017, Raila Odinga had 21% in Uasin Gishu. Uhuru Kenyatta had 77. So you can see a bit of change.
Right. Yes.
Raila has lost a bit of it with the results so far tallied, but remember this is a very cosmopolitan area. I saw some results from areas of Langas where you find actually Raila Odinga was beating William Ruto, yet it is in Uasin Gishu, the home county of the deputy president. In 2013, Raila Odinga was at 21%. So it didn't change in 2017. In 2022, appears to have lost half.
Good 11 percentage points there. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's look for another county that is in Uasin Gishu.
Go to Marakwet or Nandi. Okay, let's look at Baringo.
Let's try Baringo before we go Marakwet. So Baringo, 78.19%. So remember that Gideon Moi, chairman of KANU, comes from this region. So William Ruto is posting 78. Raila Odinga is posting 21%. Compare that to 2017, he was at 14%. So does it mean that the 7% is a contribution of Gideon Moi and the KANU factor?
It could be.
It could be.
Yes.
So Uhuru Kenyatta had 84. Remember that in 2017, William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta, Gideon Moi were all in the same camp. This time round, they have lost Ruto, and there's a difference of about 6% for the winning candidate in that area. So for Elgeyo Marakwet, Vicky, how are you? The registered voters are 213,884, and so far, William Ruto is posting 96%. The last time we saw such a score was when Uhuru Kenyatta was scoring such in central Kenya. So 96%. Raila Odinga is at 2.66%. He hasn't eaten much into the cake of Elgeyo Marakwet, but in 2017, he was at 4.8%. So maybe having a candidate coming from that area may have contributed to reducing that by half. But is it sufficient based on the fact that in some parts of the country, for instance, let's look at Mombasa.
I was about to say one of the most visited areas this time round was the coast. So let's also give the coast a glance.
So this is Mombasa. Remember, at some point it was a battleground because none of the candidates was hitting half of the votes. Of the popularity, that is 50%. Raila Odinga is leading with 58.09%. William Ruto has 39%. Look at this figure of almost 40%. Compare it to 2017, and you see that Uhuru Kenyatta had 28.73%. So that's a remarkable gain. Comparing, if you have to consider the fact that they have 641,000 registered voters. But the catch on this, Wahiga, is that the turnout in 2017 was actually 59%, one of the lowest across the country, and this is repeated in several parts of the coast. Can I look at one more?
And any reason for that? Interesting how that was suppressed in terms of the voter turnout in Mombasa then.
Yes. So we don't know how this time it's going to turn out.
Well,
bearing in mind that also the governor's race
had been
there was no voting because of the challenges that existed. Let's look at
and Sam, before you move on, there is this dynamic where people thought that Sonko Sonko's influence would count in the presidential race. Yet they say it would only have counted much in favor of the blue voting bloc if Sonko was a candidate. But now that he is not, they say that his impact would be less.
Right.
And clearly, judging by the numbers, even though they are not so very high so far, given what has been recorded so far, that seems to be holding.
Let's do a simple calculation. 39%. So this is 0.39 multiplied by 641,000. 641,913. It gives you a total of 250,000. If everyone in Mombasa was to vote, that would be 250,000 votes.
Yeah.
Let's compare that to Kiambu, for instance. So William Ruto would get 250,000 in Mombasa. If you have to look at Kiambu and Raila gets 23.40, then that would be 0.234 times 1275. It will give you 298,000. So this is 250,000 votes at the coast versus 298,000 for Raila in Kiambu. So you can see who has the net benefit in that. So just one more county before we cross over to Wahiga. This is Tana River that you'll see. It was previously classified as a battleground. It appears that it's still a battleground. The 51% versus 45.89, pretty tight. If you have to consider the number of polling stations that have been counted, 63 out of 367, this could be, what percentage is that? Fifth, so that could be close to 20%. So Raila Odinga with that, and William Ruto having gotten 45%. In 2017, it was also close to 45.77%. So a bit consistent. So there's not so much of a shift that you will say that is William Ruto eating into the battlegrounds of Raila Odinga. And when you look at that margin, how does it compare to how much of eating Raila is doing in William Ruto's battlegrounds?
So what's interesting is it seems that battlegrounds will make the difference, but eating into another's strongholds is what will kind of determine this election.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Game of football, too offensive, you lose your defense. And so you have to find that perfect balance. And I think that's what's really important. The people of Mandera feel marginalized. Sam.
Okay.
Even once in the last 3 hours mentioned their county.
I actually mentioned that before I took a break. I had mentioned Mandera.
Briefly mentioned, and then now I'll come over to this side.
Okay. So this is Mandera County with 217,000 registered voters. Of course, you remember that this northeastern region has about a total of 600,000 registered voters. This is how they are voting so far. 70.95%, almost 71% for Raila Odinga, and 27.9% or close to 28% for William Ruto. Compare that to 2017, and you see that Uhuru Kenyatta had 82.7%. So you don't know whether the influence that Uhuru Kenyatta had, because Raila Odinga had only 13%. Has he succeeded to transfer the influence? Has Uhuru Kenyatta transferred the influence to Raila Odinga because of how it's looking? So, we'll wait and see. But clearly you can see there's a pattern starting to form.
There's something interesting he's mentioned about the transferability of what Uhuru Kenyatta had to Raila Odinga. That's a conversation we've not had before, but it appears for the first time there is that much influence in Mandera for Uhuru on Azimio.
And was it the president or local leaders?
And I was going to talk about that, because as we get more numbers, we then will need to have a discussion about how local politics affected the popularity of one candidate over the other, negotiated democracy, and some candidates being asked to step down. And we know all the hullabaloo that caused. I think we'll need to dig into that a little bit. But let me also speak to someone who's joining us now, Dr. Hilary Gondi, all the way from Canada. At least I hope he's there right now. The last time I thought I was speaking to someone in the States, turns out they had just landed in Kenya. Doc, can you hear whether you got a chance to vote earlier today?
Yes, I'm in Toronto. That is Ontario, and we voted in Toronto today. Actually, we have just finished like 3 hours ago.
Sorry, and I missed the last part. You said you finished 3 hours ago, or?
Yes, it is now 9:21 p.m. and we closed the polling station at around 5:30. Then the counting and other things. So we leave the polling station at around 7.
Okay, so you left counting still ongoing, and hopefully later on the transmission of the Form 34A and the results will happen.
Right.
Okay, what was the whole experience like? Any complaints, any successes, so that I don't just look like I'm asking you a negative question?
Yeah, no, it went on well, and it was so successful. It's only that I think there was a challenges, so many people did not come out well. But according to the how it was conducted, the IBC, everything went on well, and we voted well. Actually, the result was amazing, and just a minute, I can share.
No,
I can tell you that.
You have the Form 34. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Don't worry about it. We'll get it on our end. We have our own, do I call him returning officer? We have our own here and he'll get it for us. What I want to hear from you is you mentioned, have we lost him? Dr. Gondi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm saying the turnout was not that 100%. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. What are some of those? You said there were some hiccups. What kind of hiccups were reported?
Hiccups because I think the time that people were voting, some of people didn't get a chance to vote because of criteria of job that they are doing. So that one did not allow everyone to come, but we were having around 80% turnout voters, which was good, and everyone voted. And actually, it was so fast, and we were there, and people voted well. Counts went on well, and people were happy, and it was like kind of enjoyment.
Kind of enjoyment. I like that. How many registered? Would you know how many registered voters there were in that polling station or in that location that you voted at? And also, then paint for us a picture of how many Kenyans you estimate also live in Canada.
Yeah, the polling station that I was voting in is called that is in Toronto. That is the main one. We were having in Canada. We have 3 polling stations: one in Toronto, one in Ottawa, the capital city, and the one is in Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the one in Toronto is the major one, which having many people. We are around, just a minute, I'm going to give you the figure now. The exact figure, according to the polling station in Toronto, is it's supposed to be
Sometimes
can you hear me?
Then I can hear you, and I know that feeling when you had some data a couple of minutes ago, and just when you need it, you can't trace it. Any luck finding that number? And then don't worry if you don't get it.
Yeah, but people voted well. Actually, it went on well.
Okay.
And,
do you feel, Dr. Gondi, that the voters there got sufficient voter education? Was the time given for voter registration sufficient? Because what we've heard from those who voted in the UK and in the US was they really wish they had had more time to get more Kenyans on board with this diaspora voting.
Yeah, we have so many people around who didn't even manage to have the voter card when the IBC came. And actually, I think those issues we try to address them up, and we're going to address them because we want to reach everyone and we want everyone to vote. We have so many Kenyans more so in diaspora, even in Canada itself. And we realize that many people did not come out and take the vote because some didn't. Initially, the information was not clear because they were saying that if you don't have ID, you must have a passport. And later on they changed it to we must have an ID. That one was challenging. Many people lose hope. But later on, when they said IDs, people were rushing here and there. The information was not clear before, and that was the challenge that many people did not turn out well to go and have voter registration. But we hope for the best that they tried their best. We can't complain and such, but we're in the process, and there's a lot of issues that we address with the IBC. And I know they're going to address them. And now coming 2027, we are looking forward that those people in diaspora, they must get information early or earlier so that they can vote, they can have voter registration in time, and also they can prepare and they should know time. Because last time, like Canada, when they were coming to Canada, we just realized that the IBC was around, which was not well good with us, because they need to announce it early so that we must have time, people should prepare on that.
Should I assume that this wasn't the first time that Kenyans in Canada have gotten a chance to vote, or it was?
Yes, it is the first time.
It is the first time. Okay. And one of the concerns raised by some of the other diaspora voters that we spoke to earlier was they wish, and I don't know how this would have happened, that they got a chance to engage in some of the other races, but that clearly that wouldn't be possible unless you're voting for a diaspora representative, which is an idea one of the other speakers we spoke to earlier suggested was a thought, a possibility from where they sit.
Pardon?
Have you heard my question? I said one of the speakers we spoke to earlier said they wish Kenyans in the diaspora got a chance to engage more in our democratic process, maybe through a diaspora representative, or even be given the chance to vote in a specific county from afar, if they wanted to, and if there was a way to ensure that that was secure.
Yeah, that's very true, because we realize that so many people are traveling from different places, and sometimes it is far. And that one is also another challenge, that many Kenyans, we are not living in the same place. We are living in other cities. So we realize that traveling to one city, that was also a challenge that we tried to address. And that one is a major thing that I think we try to address it, because we want all Kenyans to be exercise their right in voting. So we need to reach all Kenyans, and we try. That's why the communication is very important. If we can have the early communication with the IBC, then we tell them the centers there where they can reach many people, so that we can have more people to vote and to exercise their right. Like actually in my polling station, the people who were supposed to vote there was only 167, and the people turned out today were 121. So you see, and we are so many. Even where we live now, we are so many than this number. We are more than, if you call even Kenyan meeting today, you realize 1,000 people. But the question is, why only 167 are the people who are legit or have the voter registration, voters card? It means that there's lack of information. There's a lot of things that we need to do, and IBC also need this information to us, so that we can reach more people and more people to join and vote, because many Kenyans are just watching on TV, and it is their democratic right to vote,
Dr. Hilary Gondi, thanks so much for sharing some of your thoughts with us. And for you and the Kenyans out there in Canada, please keep following the results on Citizen TV, and we'll bring them your way as and when we can.
Yeah, we are not sleeping, and I know you are doing a good job, and we are following you up, and we hope for the best, and we need peace for our country. That's what we are praying for. We are telling everyone that let us vote, let us pray for our country, no matter who is coming in, but let us embrace peace, and let us have a leader that will take our country forward.
Thank you.
And we'll address all these challenges that we are facing, most of the diaspora people.
Thank you, Daktari. I don't know if Sam, Vicky, any further thoughts?
Curious, because I think it's the same question more or less I asked the other diaspora and Kenyans. What issues are you voting around? Because you're not living within the jurisdiction of Kenya, but what drives you to the ballot in terms of issues from where you are?
There's a lot of issues that we can address. One of them is that we are Kenyans. As much as we are diaspora, one thing that is remain that I am a Kenyan. And a Kenyan, wherever we are, will remain. That will remain by right, by birth, by everything. Two, we need leaders, because at the end of the day, our family, most of our families are staying back there. So at the end of the day, I'm attached back home more than even diaspora. So these are the things that, and now we need the IBC to come up and address these issues, and we need leaders also to come out even to address the diaspora issues, because we realize that leaders are coming in, they don't address the diaspora issues. They want just to come and during election they are doing this. These are the challenges that we are seeing the diaspora. We don't have much information, and we realize that the diaspora people they are much concerned with the issues that is happening back home, because that's our home, and that's where all of us are belong. And now all these things, we need a leader who can address them, like even employment issues, because people are running from home to come to diaspora, and people want to come even to school here, no scholarship or other things. We realize that many people are struggling. These are the things that we need the incoming leadership to address these issues with diaspora, so that we can have a dialogue and we see way forward for our people.
Thank you for really painting a picture of some of the issues that formed the voting decisions of those living out there in the diaspora. And for you in Toronto, Canada, thanks for making time to speak with us today. I think we can...
Wahiga, just before we let him
go ahead, Sam.
Maybe he should help us so that we can see how credible the IBC systems are. He can give us the results from his location and compare with what you have received.
In our location, it was successful. Actually, the way I've said, it was good. The Kim's kits were not, they were working well. Mm-hmm. There was no challenges, and everything went on well. As much as maybe there's something like in Ottawa, there was a lot of hiccups. They were closing, in Vancouver, they were closing up, they're opening up. But at the end of the day, they finished well. But in our polling station, things went on right.
Were you able? What's your side? Were you able to hang on long enough to get the final results?
Yeah. We got the final results, and many the people who voted in our polling stations were 121. Azimio got 78 votes. UDA UDA get 38. Roots Party 4. Agano Party 1.
That's impressive, Wahiga.
Is that close?
Is the same data you have from
exactly?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Just as you said.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no spoiled votes. Rejected votes was not there. In Ottawa polling station, Azimio got 66. UDA got 22. Roots Party 1. Agano 0. There was no any vote that spoiled, and even turning out there was so low because the people who attend were 89, and the registered voters there were 112. So we are waiting the Vancouver results. They are counting now because it is when they have just closed it, I think 1 hour ago. So they are still counting, and we're gonna get it in a few minutes time.
Mm-hmm. Wow, it's the same. It's much
impressive.
Spot on.
Yeah.
So a very good representation from our guest here, Dr. And of course, just to confirm the results that from Ottawa, 66 for Raila Odinga, William Ruto 22, 1 for Jakoya, 0 for Maure, Toronto 78 for Raila, 38 for Ruto, 4 for Wajakoya, 1 for Wahiga, and that takes the total to 2,632 for Raila Odinga, 1,361 for William Ruto, 26 for Wajakoya, 23 for Wahiga from the diaspora. Very impressive.
Dr. Gondi, you look like you're nodding, agreeing with a bit of what you heard there. Thanks so much for helping us to verify.
That's what we have, and we thank you, man. We thank you so much, and we wish we have a much dialogue even after the election, so that we can address issues that is pertaining the election that's coming up in 5 years. And waiting until when the election is there is when we are trying to address these issues. We need to address them early so that when time is there with us, we're going to vote. Now everybody is ready to vote and also knows what is happening, because many people are very green. They have a lot of questions. When IBC came, I think last week in the US, ask a lot of questions that they could have not answered because the time is not there. It is now that they are concerned about the election that is coming in. We are saying that we are calling upon the IBC even immediately after elections. They need to address these issues more so with the diaspora, because we are not that home. So we need to get more information. We need to get more information from the IBC and what is needed. So how can we prepare and all these things? So that one will help us in future.
Dr. Gondi, thank you so much. I trust the IBC has had your wish list today. They have
one more question from Mudira.
Oh, go ahead.
As an aspirant that would have been in this election, I would like to ask a question with regard to the enthusiasm that we've seen from the diaspora community. Clearly, judging from the numbers that have been crunched here, there is more engagement from the diaspora. And I'm wondering, is it because the two top contenders in this election have made diaspora an important part? Because you look at Kenya Kwanza, they had a suggestion that they would dedicate a whole ministry to the diaspora. And then the Azimio Brigade had a suggestion that they would ensure that there is representation in parliament for diaspora. So is it that the engagement from the diaspora is because IEBC has made the voting process more accessible, or it's what the candidates or contenders are offering to the diaspora? Which one is driving you more?
I think I've said before that what driving us most really once we as diasporas, we know home is Kenya. Kenya is our home. And that's why what driving us, anything that is happening back home, we are very much concerned. And I would say that we have even family back home. You realize that even I'm here alone, and all my brothers, my siblings, my parents are still back home. So you realize that all my interest is back home, and almost 90%, only 10% is here. And I want to mention something here that many diasporas are contributing a lot to our economy, and that if you do analysis, you realize that we are contributing a lot, and that's why we are very much concerned with what is happening home, and we need to be there. And that's why when voting comes, we are interested with the leaders that is coming in to make sure that the diaspora people, their issues are addressed well, and we need to have dialogue with them because we are contributing a lot. Even during election time, you realize that diaspora people, they are being called to contribute towards the campaigns and other things. So we are much engaged in everything that is happening home, even development. We are much engaged at home. So that's why we are addressing this, and that's why you see the UDA, the Azimio, and even other political parties, they have much interest by the diaspora people. That's why you see they want to give us ministers, they want to give us MP, which is, they should not even give us one, they should even give us more, you know. So many things that is happening because we are contributing so much to our economy and back home, all the diaspora people. And that's why we are saying that we need this thing to be addressed and seriously, and more so not only when elections are here with us, but even after or before election, or when things are normal, these leaders should come out and address all these things with diaspora, because we are part and parcel of our economy back home.
Dr. Gondi, thanks so much. I don't want to lock anyone else out. Thank you, Daktari. We can now release you. It could be dinner time where you are. Here it's more closer to breakfast. Go ahead and please enjoy the rest of your evening, and thanks so much for speaking with us. We look forward to engaging with you in the days to come about this very important democratic process that you and those out there in Canada have been able to participate in. Joining us from Toronto, Canada, there is Dr. Hilary Gondi walking us through voting that happened in 3 locations, 3 polling stations in Canada, and some of the results that he's given us from what he got directly has tallied with what we've gotten from those Form 34As that have now come into our tallying center, and we continue giving you updates from there as well. And Sam is on standby to do that. Also, just a thought, it's 20 minutes to 5 a.m. I'm just thinking, wherever you're watching us from, let us know you're watching. Feel free to take a photo, post it online, hashtag Kenya's Choice 2022. You're following the numbers. We have the latest numbers here for you. Feel free to just let us know that you are watching this broadcast as we endeavor to tell you exactly what is happening. Sam, we look like we're getting closer and closer to the 1 million mark.
Oh, yes.
The presidential race on this provisional results. Walk us through that.
Yes, just before I do that, on YouTube, if you may want to know, 40,000 are watching. I don't know if they're watching us from the diaspora or they're watching us from...
That is a good question. Well, a lot of the messages I'm getting are from diaspora. So there's an individual from LA watching us, and then my aunt from Canada just checked in, watching us from there.
Did she vote?
I'll ask her, and then, but I don't know if she wants that out there in the interwebs. So we'll protect her.
What YouTube stats did you give? Did you say?
Well, I could be wrong. 48,000. What do you have?
48.
48,000.
Yeah.
So 40,000. I don't know.
Actually, I have 49,000.
I don't know that these are people who are asleep, but they still want to keep up with us, and so they are switching on their phones.
Before you ask Vicky's aunt whether she voted, did you vote?
Yeah. Well, how do I confirm?
So let's do that little thing.
So he has the indelible
in 2017 as well. So, proof.
Did you vote?
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, Vicky.
I was caught on a technicality, unfortunately.
What is? Why?
What is that?
Penalize
Something
you
I'll
for that.
explain off air.
Okay.
Well, Muthiora did.
I know a lot of people are wondering if I voted.
You burned something, actually.
You burnt your voter's card.
It was alleged that I burnt a voter's card.
What did you
What
burn?
did you burn?
I just lit a fire because I needed for Kenyans to focus on the injustice that the institution at the heart of Kenya's democracy was doing to democracy itself.
Okay. That's fine, but you voted.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
There are MCAs, there are members of parliament, there are senators. I was running for president because I felt those who had offered themselves were not worthy of my vote. At some point, I considered inserting my name on the ballot and perhaps doing a caricature, and then I just thought to do the right thing.
So let me ask you this, and I know Sam's ready to take us through the numbers.
Yes.
A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
Yes.
You have, and I'm not one to judge, some would say you have many years ahead of you. Why the presidency?
Because
why not build experience through the other elective seats as you prepare for that
if you look at the way Kenya is set up, we are in so much debt, and it will take so long for us to fix the mess we are in. If we are to transform this nation within the time of our generation, the one office that affords the tools and instruments to bring and implement that transformation is the office of the president. You look at leaders who began at those other levels where people have suggested I should have begun. By the time the system is done with them, often they've given up on whatever their purpose was when they began this journey. They started when they were visionary, revolutionary, people of integrity, but because of the bad culture that has been inculcated in us by those who came before us, they end up changing. And the statistics indicate that none goes through the system
by going straight for the big seat.
Well, simply because it's the one office that offers.
Okay.
But look at how long it's taken someone like Raila Odinga to clinch this seat. William Ruto, for instance, they've grown through the political system. And I guess that's the question that Wahiga is asking. There's other seats to kind of grow your profile.
Yes.
From where it is to a national one, though the fastest way is to kind of vie for the presidency. However, how viable is that decision?
Well, it's a good thing you mentioned viability. I believed that just like me, there were a lot of other Kenyans out there who needed a different option. For instance, look at the 4 aspirants we have, candidates actually, that have been voted for in this election. They are quite diverse, but then they do not cover what represents Kenya. Kenya has a lot of diversity. So if we are to have the ideas that could get us out of this quagmire that we've been in for a long time, we should make it more inclusive. When it comes to viability, it's not up to an individual. It's more of a nation. Inputs from all Kenyans. If I was to be president, I would have to work with everyone to deliver the promise of this nation. Okay. So because I feel that I'm competent and I have the capacity and the Constitution allows me to do so, then I feel instead of waiting, I don't know for how long for this change to come, I could be part of the process and midwife the change that Kenya has.
That's your logic on this matter. Okay, well, to each his own, I guess is one way to put it. Some is itching to quickly take us back
to the magic wall.
The numbers are a lot.
Okay.
Sam, you do that, and then I'm getting a lot of messages from people who are watching us.
As am I.
Yeah. We'll
but go ahead.
About that later first.
Okay, including Michael Juma is tweeting us and saying that he is watching. Just some few more results that we've received from the diaspora. Washington, D.C. has reported. L.A. has also reported. Raila Odinga in D.C. is scoring 160. William Ruto 68. 1 for Wajakoya, 0 for Higa. L.A. 53 for Raila Odinga. 32 for William Ruto, and the Wajakoya and Wahiga scoring 0. So the total so far is 2,845 for Raila Odinga, 1,461 for William Ruto. That is 65% for Raila, 33.5% for Ruto, 26 votes for Wajakoya, and 23 for Wahiga. That is has about 27 polling stations spread across some 12 countries.
Sam, haven't we breached the 1 million mark?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
Just quickly take us to that.
That's what I want to look at. This is
there we go.
Yes, 49.38% of the votes have gone to William Ruto. This is 1,013,177. For Raila Odinga, it's 1 million 9,546. So that's a difference of, it's very tight. 16 versus 18. That's 0.22% difference. Jojo Jakoya is rising up as well at 9,770. And of course, for Maure Wahiga, we'll be checking that out to see it is 3,993, just 7 votes shy of 4,000. So the votes cast so far that have been tallied is 2 million. 2 million out of 22 million is 10%. But if you have to consider that the voter turnout could be anything between 12 and 15 million, then that would appear to be, what percent is that? 2 divided by 15 times 100, what do you get?
Sorry, I missed that last part. Say that again. 2 divided by 15, not 15.
Of course, you didn't hear it.
No, I genuinely I was actually
by the magic wall.
Pardon? That's why he's there.
That's why he's there.
And I'm here. I was actually reading a message that had come in.
He could actually,
test me right now, and
he could actually be getting excited because we're at the 1 million mark. And I remember in 2007, there is a candidate that went to bed when they were leading by almost 1 million. But when they woke up, things had changed. And now we have 2 of them on the 1 million.
Okay. So let's just deal with the results as they are without so much. So yes, I got it. If 2 million, if the voter turnout is to get to anything like 15 million, that this would be about 13% of all the votes that have been cast to be tallied. But we can also authoritatively say what the voter turnout will be. What we know is that as of yesterday, 4 p.m., the voter turnout was at about 54.5%. That was 12 million plus a few hundreds of thousands. And of course, that would have been 16%. That is 2 million would be 16% of those 12 million. So the polling stations that have submitted is 6,537. I just want to calculate quickly what percentage that is, but it should be consistent. 37 divided by 46,229, it comes to 14%. So you can comfortably say, based on the polling stations that have so far reported, then these 2 million could be representative of about 14%. And if that is the case, then you need to find what could be the absolute figure. It should be times 100 divided by 2067. So you might end up at, I'll tell you how much after the break. But,
which break? This is continuous coverage.
Yeah, so you asked me to look at Nairobi because Nairobi is a very interesting county. Remember, 2.41 million registered voters, 17 constituencies, that is 17 members of parliament. It is at the city, at the center of the balance of power, the fight for the balance of power between the two major coalitions of movements. And of course, you also have a governor, a senator, very hotly contested. And I've seen a lot of messages online, people declaring that that they have won, some have not. We don't know about that. We are just dealing with what we know and what we can verify. So far, the polling stations that have been considered are 248 polling stations out of 3,643. And so far, Raila Odinga appears to be ahead with 57.74% against William Ruto's 39.94%. In terms of the absolute figures, Raila has 48,200 votes. William Ruto has 33,338. Let's compare that to 2017. We will find that Raila Odinga was still in the lead, but it was a very tight contest between Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. He was at 50.63% in Nairobi. Uhuru Kenyatta was at 48.34%. And this had a lot to do also with the governorship race because in Nairobi City, Mike Sonko was scoring 53.54%, of course, under the Jubilee Party. Evans Kidero was scoring 42.8% under the NASA coalition. So the governorship went to Mike Sonko of Jubilee Party, but the presidency went to much of the vote went to. Let me just get that right again. Much of the vote went to Raila Odinga at 50.63%. And I don't know whether Muthiora, you have an opinion about the city politics, where you find the local elections are quite different from the presidential tally. You know, that would inform anything in terms of the trends that we've witnessed lately in the city.
Well, it actually speaks to the level of awareness and education that most of the people in our urban centers do not follow or vote along just tribal lines and party lines alone. They go deeper. They look into who they are voting for based on whatever preference it may be. Like for Sonko, it was mostly about his charisma more than anything else. But then when you look at the presidential votes, they settled more towards Raila Odinga because he's one person who has been a member of parliament in this city for quite a bit of time. And of course, he's accumulated quite a bit of political capital. So it just speaks to the sophisticated nature of the voter in Nairobi and urban centers, because it's the same thing if you go down to Uasin Gishu, like you were saying, that the people in Eldoret cannot be judged the same way those that are not in the urban center would be judged. The trends are quite different.
So it's either a national influence trickling down or grassroots reaching up that would kind of influence Nairobi.
I like that. Yes, exactly.
Right. It's very interesting. And of course, we would also be studying to see the patterns, because people have been talking about that despite the national platforms, that is Azimio versus Kenya Kwanza, playing out in the city, despite the ethnic issues, and now what you're saying, the urban culture, the more educated, more sophisticated citizens that you have in the city. I got my answer, Vicky. I asked you if this 2 million would be 14% of the turnout based on the polling stations that have so far been tallied. Let me just do it again, because it has changed. Because 7083, if you divide that by 46,229, it gives you 0.15% of the polling stations that have so far reported. So if you want to know if this is representative, then 2091 divided by 0.15 would give you 13.9 million registered voters turning up to vote. That's about 14 million. So this is my own projection, my own. that could be
14 million voters, approximately.
14 million. But of course, we'll still be here to see how that changes. I wanted to look at some counties in the Rift, because we have not spoken about them for a bit of time now. So we spoke about Uasin Gishu. We also spoke about Kisumu. It will be good to speak about Nandi County. So they have registered voters to the tune of 406,288, and the votes that have so far been considered are 50,604, giving a turnout of 12.46% so far. So this turnout is a percentage of the total voters that are registered. But the polling stations that have reported based on our system is 144 versus 927. So there's still so many more to the tune of 800 plus that are yet to report. William Ruto is polling 92.18% of the vote. Raila Odinga has 6.24%. If you compare that to 2017, let's see how much Raila got. He got 12.43%. So you realize that his score in that election in 2017 appears to have reduced by half so far. Of course, we're still yet to assess most of these areas. And remember that Nandi County neighbors Kisumu County. So this is Nandi. It neighbors Kisumu County. There you have it. It also neighbors Vihiga County. It also neighbors Bungoma, Kakamega County. And on this other end, it neighbors, that should be Kericho. So at the borderlines, you'll find a lot of interactions between the two counties. And of course, even the ethnic composition, there are a lot of people crossing over from either side. So that could change. That could explain why Raila Odinga in 2017 in Nandi County reported such a score of 12.43%. So we cannot say how far they are or he is in this tally, bearing in mind that only, let me just check that again. No, it changed. This is not what I'm looking for. No, it's not giving me what I'm looking for. I don't know why.
For the presidential...
I'm looking for the number of polling stations that have reported
reporting so
in
far.
Nandi. Yes, 145. So we don't know. Of course, the system knows, but I cannot tell you how many are at the borderline of between Nandi and Kisumu, or how many are from the inner side of Nandi County.
Yeah, and we spoke about a hypothesis of voter suppression for Mombasa earlier on,
right?
Because part of the election was suspended or postponed. In the Rift Valley, now that we're there, could you tell us what's happening in West Pokot, where we also had a similar case?
So West Pokot, let's look at it. This is, they have 220,000 registered voters, and this is an interesting county, and it's good that you point out. You point it out because the governor, that is Lonyangapuo, has a different political party this time. He's not running on KANU, he's running on KUP, and also there was a contest in terms of the surveys that were done. Sometimes it will appear that it's almost a battleground, sometimes an advantage to William Ruto. So far, Raila Odinga is posting 35.36%, and that is 11,728 votes considered. William Ruto posting 21,000. Let's compare with 2017 how it was. You'll see that Raila Odinga still posted 34.39%.
Yeah.
So very consistent. Uhuru Kenyatta got 64.42%. Compare that from 34 to 35 for Raila Odinga, again of 1 percentage point. William Ruto appears to have lost a point from Uhuru Kenyatta. Of course, they were running as a joint ticket that time. And that time, West Pokot, it had KANU, it had the Jubilee Party, all of them working together. Now, the KANU candidate, that is one Lonyangapuo, has moved on to KUP, now working with Azimio, not working with Ruto, but Ruto appears to be holding ground in terms of what would have been the constituency of the Jubilee plus KANU in that election.
So would it be safe? I'm just thinking, Gideon Moi's influence in the Rift Valley, it seems to not count for much now that we do not have KANU in West Pokot, but the numbers seem to have sort of remained the same.
Well, when did this change? I thought I asked the questions.
No, I'm just thinking hypothetically. And the good thing about numbers
but it's a good point you raised. Though, the governor, the deputy governor interviewed, he was running on KANU, isn't it? Atundanyang.
Atundanyang, I have to check that one.
Yes, I think he was running on KANU. He came back to the country a few days ago for the election. I don't know how powerful.
I will not engage you, Sam.
Sam, all we should say is he was an absentee governor. That's why there isn't much
deputy
out there.
Deputy governor.
About him. Yeah, deputy governor. And yes, KANU is no longer a dominant force in West Pokot.
Okay. We will wait to see in the
We have to wait for the numbers to come in.
how that fares. Now, what have we not spoken about, Vicky? Can you?
There's a question on Tharaka-Nithi and Meru, really quickly, just to see how those fare.
Okay. Now that's an assignment to look for Meru. I think this is Meru.
Fantastic.
So, registered voters, 772,139. Those that have been cast so far is 65,879. The turnout as a percentage of the total is 8.53. The polling stations reporting 219 out of 1,639. William Ruto posting 78.49%. Raila Odinga 19.84. Thank you, Vicky, for pointing this out, because it's a very important area to now test the narrative from the surveys that were conducted, or the pollsters, what they were saying. In 2017, Raila Odinga had 10.14. Uhuru Kenyatta had 88.06%, but the voter turnout at that time was 77.97, just about 0.57% more than the national turnout, because the national turnout was about 77.4. So you can see Meru was above average by a slight half percentage. So 10.14 to 19.84. So does that help the Raila candidature in the mountain? Let's test it. So this is almost 10% growth. 10% of 772,000, if everyone was to vote, would be about 77,000 registered voters voting for Raila Odinga. So 77,000 in a Ruto stronghold, you may have to compare with the performance of someone like William Ruto in a stronghold like Siaya. So Siaya, so far, William Ruto has 1.06%. So 1% of 533,000 would be 5,000 votes. So compare 5,000 votes against 70,000 votes.
Exactly.
So that will tell you something about what is likely to happen in terms of how important Mount Kenya will be, Mount Kenya region will be in as far as influencing.
So Sam, when you're looking at the Mount Kenya region now, including Meru, Tharaka-Nithi, what does that vote basket look like numbers-wise?
For Upper Eastern, that is Meru, Tharaka-Nithi, and Embu County, they have a total voter registration statistics of about 1.5 million. Let's just look at what's happening in Tharaka-Nithi. So if this is Meru, then Tharaka-Nithi should be okay. No, I got lost. Let's just check it again. So this is Kirinyaga. This is Meru. Tharaka-Nithi should be here. Yes. So the registered voters, 231,932 registered voters. So far, our lead is about 10%, 96 polling stations out of 665. Raila Odinga is posting 9.12%. So this is the county where Senator Kindiki comes from. And Pothomi Njuki is the governor defending the seat on UDA. Let's see, 2017, Raila Odinga scored 5.89%. So he appears to have doubled that. But does it help? Let's test it. So 5.89 minus from 9.12 comes to about 4 percentage points. So 4% of 231, let's just check that, how much it would be. 0.04 times 231,000. That comes to about 9,000 or 10,000. So it is something, but not very useful in helping Raila Odinga, especially in the larger Mount Kenya region. What would be useful is what he would score in Meru, because that may give him an extra 70,000 votes. Let's look at Laikipia quickly. Again, a very expansive county, has had challenges, especially at the border with Baringo and other counties to the southern side. So Laikipia has 263,000 registered voters. The polling stations are 561, 75 have submitted the results. The turnout so far is 7%. William Ruto is posting 71%, but Raila Odinga is getting 27%. In 2017, what did he get? He got 10%. Remember, Laikipia is also multi-ethnic in some of the areas.
Right.
So let's calculate 10% to now 27%. If you had to take 27%, 0.27, assuming that everyone votes of 263,012, it gets you to 71,000. But let's not just consider the gain that Raila Odinga would make. Let's look at what William Ruto is getting. So 0.71, if you had to multiply by 263,000 gives you 186,000 votes. So 186,000 votes from a stronghold in Laikipia. You will have to compare that to other regions where William Ruto could be eating into Raila Odinga's areas, like the coast. Remember, there's a time we made a calculation and William Ruto was getting 250 in Mombasa. And then you see that in Laikipia, he might get 186% if this percentage point is to remain consistent. But again, this has to be weighed against the voter turnout, which, as you're saying, as of 4 p.m. yesterday, it was 54.5%, could rise to maybe 60, maybe 63, maybe 65, or whatever that may be. So that will be very critical to look at when you're analyzing the results.
What are we seeing in terms of trends? Before I take a speaker who wants to give us his thoughts shortly on the vote reach area of Nairobi. Have we had a look at the trends there?
Yes, we have looked at Nairobi, and we agreed that there appears to be look at that, 57.51. I'm just repeating this for the sake of Wahiga.
I missed that.
And the viewer that is joining us now, 57.51. Raila Odinga, William Ruto, 40.08%. In 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta had 8 percentage points higher than William Ruto. Of course, this is considering so far what has happened. Raila Odinga still led with 50.63%, but the situation was different, especially for the governor's seat, when you had Mike Mbuvi Sonko winning with 53.54%. Never mind, majority of the vote for the presidency went to opposition. For the Senate seat, we had Johnson Sakaja, again, posting 51.18% against Sifuna, who got 42.49%, despite his presidential candidate scoring higher at 53%. And of course, when it came to the Member of Parliament seats, Jubilee ended up with more seats than the National Super Alliance, NASA, that time, because it was about 9 seats for Jubilee, 8 seats for NASA.
Very interesting. Thanks, Sam, for that. Let's now switch gears and take you to the States. Speak to a journalist there, BMJ Moreidi. Thanks for making time for us, BMJ, today. And tell us what kind of day you've had. I don't know whether you got a chance to vote, whether it's been about covering the election from the States.
Yeah, mainly Wahiga was covering the elections. I spent the whole day at the embassy on R Street here in Washington, D.C., the embassy of the Republic of Kenya, where many Kenyans, turned up. I know you already have those numbers. I could hear Sam there comparing to 2017. Unfortunately, we have nothing to compare here because, as you know, this is the first time that the the Kenyans here are voting. And so probably just to say, I've been seeing a lot of chatter right now, so to speak, on social media, especially now that the numbers are out there. Showing very clearly that most of the places that they voted here in Washington, D.C., in New York, and in Los Angeles, that looks like Azimio la Umoja Kenya, carried the day. So there's a lot of that. But just to go back to your question, yes, there was a lot of activity in Washington, and what we are hearing is that the turnout, comparatively speaking, was pretty good compared to the many places that we are hearing about there in Kenya.
BMJ, since you covered it and I believe spoke to voters there and got a sense of why they turned up, what they are hoping for, what are the sentiments of those that you spoke to?
Mainly, Wahiga, it's about how difficult it is to even get to these polling stations here in the United States. And I think this has been prosecuted, many times about how vast, as you know, Wahiga and Sam and I'm sorry, the lady that you are with there, that in the United States it's so vast, and therefore one of the main things that they talk about is how difficult it is and how they have to pay so much to just come and make their opinion known through the vote. That's one thing that many Kenyans here are saying, ones that were registered and had to travel, so far to make to vote.
Well, BMJ, a couple of surveys that were done here in the run-up to this election were posed in such a manner that Kenyans suggested the kind of issues that were on the table for them as they considered who they would vote for. And this is a question my colleague Victoria Rubadiri asked some of the other diaspora voters as well. What were some of the issues that those in the diaspora would consider priority as they thought through who they would want to vote for to be the next president of this country?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, Wahiga, because earlier today I was speaking to a lady she told me she's from Marsabit, and I asked her, so why is it important for you to cast your ballot here? Yet you know very well that you are only voting for the president. And, she said many of the challenges that she knows that her people are facing in Kenya could be sorted out through getting, the right leadership at the top. But mainly, as I think it was earlier today, because I was watching the gentleman that you spoke to in Canada, what he was saying about the Kenyans in the diaspora needing more representation, especially, of course, because of the financial muscle that they do have. Many people here in the diaspora say that the reason, eventually, if they will be able to vote for even the other positions, the main reason is because they feel that they contribute so much, and they need, their voices to be heard, not just through the vote, but also representation in parliament and in other areas of leadership in the country.
For Kenyans living in the US to feel that they are included in the democratic process here, in your estimation, how many polling locations around the country do you think you would need safely to say that you've covered a greater part of the wider US? Just help us think through that.
Another very good question, because I posed that same question to the Kenyan ambassador here in Washington, Lazara Zamayo, earlier today. And he said, first of all, at least they will need about 10 consulates, if not embassies, here in the United States, mainly because of the vastness, as I said. And they mentioned that, one of the places that needs a consulate like tomorrow, like yesterday, would be in Texas, someplace, one of the cities in Texas, because of the number of Kenyans, the sheer number of Kenyans that live there. So that is according to the ambassador. But speaking to the people, obviously, most of the Kenyans that would be in, where the cities that have big numbers of them, would say that they deserve to have a place. And as things stand now, of course, where you have to vote, you would vote is either a consulate or an embassy. And therefore, I think in my estimate, it will be about 10.
So we have three. Three now, another 7 or so.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Oh my, okay.
Yeah, and just to add on to what the gentleman. I think I was not on this show, but someone was, mentioning to me earlier today how big the United States is. It's like traveling. Sometimes some places here would be like traveling from Kenya to Europe. Just the time it takes to just fly around. And just that in itself, I spoke to people that I used to live with in Atlanta today, and they were telling me you don't spend anything less than $1,000 to just come over, whether you're flying or you are driving. At least $1,000 to get here and get back. Now there are people who have said that this vote, that in the diaspora vote, is mainly just a symbolic thing. But those that I spoke to, and there were quite a number, in comparing them to the number that had registered, they feel that it's very important for them to make this point that even though they know their vote might not count a whole lot, especially when it comes to those other elective positions, that they needed to make their point.
Thanks, BMJ. Vicky?
Yeah, really quickly, BMJ. This is the lady in the studio, Victoria. A quick question on, because you mentioned the diaspora vote moving from being symbolic to now leveraging on it as a serious constituency. We were speaking to a professor a bit earlier on, and he kind of gave the numbers in the region between 100,000 to 500,000 within Kenya, to where in successive elections, we can begin to leverage on the numbers within, beyond the financial muscle that diaspora is known for. How do they become a contender numbers-wise?
Now, that's Vicky, and actually, just your name skipped me when I was speaking earlier, and I know you have lived here, so you have, I think you have an idea of what I'm about to tell you, that it's not very easy. We are now talking about the diaspora in general, not just in the United States. It's not very easy to really know the exact number of Kenyans that are around the world. And mainly, one of the reasons, as it was mentioned earlier, was that not many of them really want to come out for one reason or the other. And therefore, we can talk about leveraging on the numbers, but until we know for a fact how many of us are out here, it will be very difficult. And even just to look at the number of people that were registered here in Washington, D.C., for instance, 344, and clearly, at least there are over 100,000 Kenyans here, and they don't ask for so many documents to register to vote as a Kenyan. So that would be a difficult one to answer right now, Vicky. But maybe in the future, when we get proper data, maybe we can then talk about it.
BMJ, thank you so much, and looking forward to speaking with you later on, maybe not today, but in the days to come, even as I know you follow closely Kenyan matters as a veteran journalist based in the United States. Thank you so much for finding time for us today. I don't know, what time is it where you're in DC, right?
Yep. Yeah, DC is now 10:17 precisely in the evening. I actually just came back from the embassy about 4 or 5 hours ago when they closed the polling station there.
Well, I think it's only appropriate to say enjoy the rest of your evening. And thanks so much for tuning in.
But Wahiga should give me an opportunity at least to say hi to BMJ.
Oh, please. The floor is open.
Just like, BMJ, good evening. He was very helpful.
Okay, Sam, good job. You guys are doing a very good job, and we are following, not just here in DC. Everybody, as I was saying, actually, most Kenyans are getting a lot of, the details that you are churning out there. They are getting them, directly from your website, the Citizen TV. So you are doing a good job.
Thank you so much. Wahiga, he was very helpful in 2016 when I went to cover the US election at that time, himself and Esther Githui.
Okay.
At the Voice of America. So thank you so much, BMJ. It's good to see you again. Now, you had said that we have not looked at the Lower Eastern region, which I want us to spend some time, because also I've been doing some calculations and looking across the yellow zones and the blue zones, looking at how many polling stations have been considered, and you find that there's a range between 10 and 30%. So some areas you find that 28% is considered. Kisumu, for instance, is about 12% reporting. So let's spend some time at the Lower Eastern. This is Machakos County. It is, I think, number 6 in terms of the most populous counties in terms of voter registration. 697,000 are the registered voters. So far counted are 50,847, which is about 7.4% of turnout. The polling stations in total 1,472. Those that have been tallied or considered are 183. So far, Raila Odinga has 38,146. That is 76.59%. William Ruto has 21.07%. Remember, lately there has been, just before the election, there were allegations or claims or information, people saying that William Ruto could be making inroads in Machakos. Let's just test it with the data that we have so far. In 2017, still in Machakos, Uhuru Kenyatta got 17.47%. Raila Odinga had 80.34%. This time, the team of Jubilee was working with Governor Alfred Mutua, if you remember, under Maendeleo Chapchap. This time round, he had moved to Raila Odinga's Azimio movement, but then he crossed back to work with William Ruto, and this has been the impact. Well, Raila Odinga has 76.59%. That's about 3 percentage points lower than 2017, and William Ruto is posting 21.07%, of course, an increment of about 4 percentage points comparing that to 2017.
Sam, I'm not a statistician,
right,
and I won't attempt to be one, but so I understand how you're able to, in a sense, correlate Raila's results this time round from 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Of William Ruto being a first-time candidate, the best you can do is guess based off what Jubilee's performance in 2017,
yeah.
or
you
help me understand how you are making that comparison.
You don't guess, of course, because there's in every region that you look at, there's one consistent character by the name Raila Odinga. So look at the influence he had on Machakos in 2017 was 80.34%, working with just Kalonzo Musyoka. This time round, working with still Kalonzo Musyoka, not as a running mate, it has gone down by about close to 4 percentage points. It's 3.5 percentage points. William Ruto, who was working with Uhuru Kenyatta in that election, alongside Maendeleo Chapchap leader, Governor Alfred Mutua, who became governor, they were posting 17.47. Of course, the candidate was Uhuru Kenyatta, but candidate William Ruto is getting 21.08%. That's a difference of about between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, just about 4.5 percentage points. Does that answer your question?
Well, so are you saying that 4% that Raila lost is probably what is going to Ruto?
Appears to have gone to.
Appears, right.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. Because again, if you look at the 2017 election, the third candidate in that election was Joe Nyaga. In Machakos, he only had 0.65%, which is almost the combined total that the other two candidates in this election are getting from Machakos. Well, he appears to have 0.84%, slightly higher, but I can assure you that it doesn't get to more than 1% or even 1.1%. So let's look at another county which is within Lower Eastern, and this is Kitui County, where you have this time round, Raila Odinga is working with Charity Ngilu, working with Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who also comes from Kitui County in Mwingi, to be specific. So this is Raila Odinga with 70.2% so far. William Ruto has 27.5%. How did Raila Odinga fare in 2017? He had 79.28%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 17.84%. Very similar, you realize, to Machakos. No, where is Machakos? Here it is. Yeah, very similar. 17.47 in Kitui, 17.84%. So Raila Odinga appears to have lost between 79 and 70. That's a whole 9 percentage points based on the tally so far. Of course, this is not the final because you're still counting. I'll get the number of polling stations that have so far been tallied. But before then, let me move to the next county, which is within Lower Eastern, that is Makueni County. You have Raila Odinga posting 80.1%. Of course, he has the backing of the current governor, that is One Kivuda Kibwana, the Wiper Party, and so many other leaders in that area. William Ruto is posting 19.07%. How did they fare in 2017? Raila Odinga was at 90%. Uhuru Kenyatta was at 8%. So you see, Raila Odinga appears to have lost about 10 percentage points. And what impact does this cause? If you lose 10% of 479, that is 47,000 registered voters. For you to recover, you will need to gain at least that amount, probably in Mount Kenya, where you'll find that, for instance, William Ruto is posting this much in Kirinyaga, but Raila Odinga getting 14%. 14% of 376. What should that be, Wahiga? 0.14 times 376. Did you get an answer?
No. Take it away, Sam.
Yes. It's actually 52,000. So if Raila Odinga gets 52,000 votes here in Kirinyaga, but loses 40,000 in Makueni, then that would balance his equation. 47,000, almost 48. That would balance his equation. But he needs more votes to get the advantage over his opponent.
So the dynamic is almost flipped between Ruto and Raila, but the thing is, where it's happening needs to be a vote-rich area.
Exactly.
Lower Eastern is not as vote-rich as Mount Kenya, so we need to kind of see how that plays out.
Exactly, and it should actually help either of the two candidates in Machakos if the shifts were to be remarkable, because you're dealing with 687,000 registered voters, and maybe you should weigh that, because with 21%, let's just check that, how much that would be. If everyone was to vote in Machakos times 687, it gives you 144,000 votes. And if you have to look at 2017, how many votes did Uhuru Kenyatta have? He had 82. So 82 minus from 144 gives you about 62,000. So 62,000 is good to put in your pocket, so that whatever you're losing from Mount Kenya, you can sort of net it off. So at the end of the day, we have to look at all these numbers.
Yeah.
But if you look at the final tally, I mean the national tally that we have so far, it will show you that you are at 1,101,000.
1 million mark now.
Yeah. Which is 49.31% for William Ruto, 49.24% for Raila Odinga. For you to be president, you need to cross the 50% mark plus an extra vote. And it appears that we have to push this until we have the final polling station reporting, or at least the final constituency reporting, for us to know who really is going to be the winner. Because if you have an outcome, Vicky, of 49.3 versus 49.25, you're going for a runoff within 30 days.
The dreaded runoff, what? Very, very quick one. On the IBC portal, 90% of Form 34As have been uploaded. That's from 41,720 polling stations of the 46,229. Bomet, 96% of Form 34As already in. Busia, 93%. Elgeyo Marakwet, 96%. We've got a 92%. Homa Bay, 92%. Kajiado, Kericho, 97%. That pretty much almost done there. We've got 95% Machakos, 93% Makueni. On the lower end, Marsabit, 71%, understandable. I would imagine also in some areas connectivity to send the Form 34A, and the polling officer would need to travel to a constituency tallying center, hopefully to get better network.
Actually, Wahiga, the reason why these percentages have been rising the past few hours is because for areas that had challenges with technological connectivity, or rather internet connectivity, the rule was move to the constituency tallying center.
That's correct.
You'll access internet. So that's why maybe these numbers have really changed.
Because they had time now.
Because now they have moved to the
PO
constituency tallying centers.
Yes.
They have access to the internet and they're making use of it. But if you look at, Muthura, just before you go, if you look at Garissa, it's still pretty low. 60.82%.
Oh, wow, yes.
Is the success rate so far. But I have to say,
51.44.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So, yes, they must be facing a lot of challenges when it comes to 3G, 4G connectivity.
But Nyeri, 98.
Oh, yes.
0.76. That's a good grade in any book.
I just wanted to shed a bit light about how the numbers were coming. When they were counting the presidential ballots, after they were done, the guideline was we first do presidential ballots. Before you proceed to count any other ballots, you would first have to send the totals for the presidential ballots. So it would be at that point that the presiding officer would have to find a way to get that to the National Tallying Center. So
you appear to be disputing that.
There's a difference of policy according to the IBC, because you see, you're the presiding officer. You cannot delegate that job to anyone else. So once you're done with tallying of the presidential election results, you're supposed to fill the Form 34A.
That's correct.
Keep the original, put a copy into the ballot box, share the copies with the agents of the candidates, and then you pin a copy at the door. Then continue with the other seats, because you have seats to count. That is constituency, MP, MCA, governor, senator, woman rep. Once you're done with everything, now you move with everything to the constituency tallying center.
That's correct.
So that once you get to the constituency tallying center, if you had no 3G connectivity from your polling station, that's the time that now you upload the form to go to the national tallying center.
Now, that's in theory. In practice, you'll be told that as far as right now, there are a lot of polling stations where they are yet to paste any of the results that have already been counted.
Are you referring to this
Even though that's
poll or
theory,
2017?
that's
This poll?
This poll.
Yes, because before I came here, I was at Gatina Primary, where we have 25 polling stations. And they started with the presidential, and after they agreed, the agent signed. But then the pasting of the results, that did not happen. What they all had to wait was for the results to be pushed, the copy to be pushed to the National Tallying Center, and then they proceeded with the others. So in this case where we are talking about network connectivity for that form to be sent, for that to happen, if the presiding officer has to find network, it would mean they would have to not continue with the process. So it appears for these forms to finally be sent to the National Tallying Center, that would have to wait, which I think would have to happen maybe much later, maybe towards the morning. So most likely for the
111, I think,
yes,
areas that
those ones should arrive in the morning. So maybe the figures right now do not quite capture them.
But also we should get the opportunity to weigh, because they told us that they have some satellite modems to the tune of 1,144. So we'll be checking to see what they're used for, because I remember, is it 2013 or is it 2017?
2017.
The satellite modems arrived way after the election.
Yeah,
Right.
in 2017.
They were not useful in any way.
Yeah.
Wahiga, do you have something?
no one was held responsible for that.
Well,
But the debate in because I mean, yeah, logistical challenges can eventually become election offenses, and you have to be
Taxpayers' money
very
spent,
careful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that never went to the purpose that it was,
yeah. And
allocated for.
you remember there's a certain audit that had been done, and of course you remember the process, the casualties, and what happened to the commission.
Yeah.
You don't have to go that.
No, not right now. Let's continue looking at the numbers, and there are quite some changes, Sam.
Yes, that changed a
Since
few
we
minutes
last
ago.
spoke, yes.
You know, it's very interesting. Look at that, 49.28% versus 49.27%. This is a tight race, and we'll have to wait until the end. I just wanted to make some considerations here. Let's see how many polling stations as a percentage are reporting in these elections. For instance, if you look at Mombasa, you have 99 polling stations reporting out of 1041. Please, Vicky, note this number. 9.5% of polling stations in Mombasa have reported. We'll be comparing that to some others. Let's look at Lamu, for instance. 4 out of 191 have this could be a challenge. That comes to about 2%.
My goodness.
I don't know how many polling stations have uploaded. What is the success rate of uploading from Lamu County?
Just 1 second.
Lamu 88.
88.
Yeah.
88%.
88%.
Okay, the forms that you have considered are now for. We'll be checking whether there's an update, but that appears to be 2.0%. Let's look at Tana River, for instance. 85 divided by 367 gives you 23%. Let's compare that to some strongholds here that would appear to be on the screen. This is Migori County.
Really over 10.
190 divided by
20%.
14 gives you 18.7%. Let's go to Homa Bay. You have 213 divided by 1227 gives you 17.3% constituency. Polling stations reporting. If you look at Kisumu, 152 divided by 1165, you have 13.0%. So let's compare that to a county like Nandi. You have 150 divided by 927, it gives you 16.1%, very close to the region. Then if you look at Kericho, you have 257 divided by 922, gives you 27.8%. Almost a third of the counties have already reported. If you look at Elgeyo Marakwet, you have 164 divided by 554, gives you 29.6%. Again, almost 30%. Let's look at this county now. This is Baringo, 123 reporting out of 1029 gives you 11.9%. That's close to 12%. What if you look at Bungoma, that appears to be turning yellow, 231 divided by 1373. So you get 16.8%. So you look, there's a range of the upwards of just over 10% to 30%. And so even as you analyze the tallies, you also have to look at the strongholds and what this total.
Sam, let me, as you pull up some other numbers, there's a viewer here asking, bearing in mind and looking at some of the percentages there, you actually have very few results submitted from polling stations as compared to the total number of polling stations in specific counties. Do the numbers then that we have really reflect the reality out there? And of course, one could argue that we are able to map out a trend, and from a polling perspective, you don't need to interview 44 million Kenyans or 50 million Kenyans to get a sense of what their sentiments are on a particular issue. And so that point has come up, that we can get excited about these numbers, but are they really a reflection of what
actually the purpose of those calculations we're doing with Vicky here is exactly to weigh that, because if you have a repeated pattern of majority of the polling stations have a majority of the counties are reporting say 20%, then that becomes representative. But if you look at those percentages, you have some counties that are reporting close to 30%.
Yeah, so those are Elgeyo Marakwet, Kericho. Kisumu was at 13, Homa Bay 17, Migori 18. Tana River 23.
Yeah, and therefore showing you that because of that difference in percentages, then it tells you that you'll have to wait. It's still too early to tell whether this will be the trend, but if you're a clever person, should I say?
Or if you're Sam Gituku.
No, don't say that. If you're a clever person without any insults, then you'll be in a position to measure, especially looking at the strongholds and the percentages that have reported versus the trend that is appearing to be almost a 50-50, then you'll have to wait. But I can almost assure you that you have to wait for a very long time until you are close to. By the time you get to 30,000 polling stations tallied, so far it's 7,673. But by the time you get to 30,000, for instance, we should know, we should have a real indication. Actually, if you get to half, which is about 23,000, then you'll be almost sure that whatever you have gotten by that time will be almost the reality. Because again, if you look at the portal of IBC, upwards of 80 going to 90%. On average, it's actually 95%. The national percentage, 95% of the forms are in. So that should tell you that in the next few hours, you should be in a position to tell
90.5, yeah.
Yeah, 90.5.
90.5, yes. In the next few hours, you should be in a position to get to at least half of the polling stations. And after that,
by the time the sun is setting today, now that it's about to rise, it hasn't been already, we should be at least halfway through on that.
Yes.
And that will give us, now we can really talk with more confidence about our numbers, and that's why we keep saying preliminary, provisional,
exactly.
Please.
But also, let's let people not get worked up. This is just numbers. The reality will come once you have 46,229 polling stations reporting. And remember, Eldas constituency is just about to open polls in the next 20 or so minutes and has to be considered in the final tally. But if it gets to a point that the commission is comfortable that the Eldas vote is not going to change anything, then it may give them the comfort to even project who will be the winner.
And also knowing that full voter turnout as well, that has been a sticking point. Since 4 p.m. yesterday, we only have a provisional number in terms of that.
Of about 12 million.
Yeah.
We could say the numbers that we have, they give useful information. But then let's take it with a pinch of salt that they give us a rough idea because there is small percentage of what is to come. But then the information they give is very useful due to the random nature by which they arrive. It's not biased. We have polling stations giving their figures in a random fashion. So there's no bias in how they've been processed. So they can point us in a certain direction, only we won't be certain that this is it. But then it's a lot of useful information.
And I think it's one of the big talking points in the run-up to this election with the disputes of some of the polls numbers out there. I remember listening to the head of the, I think, Kenya Kwanza strategy team, David D, pushing back on the Infotrak CEO, Angela Ambitho, on the numbers that are being projected out there. And one of the things he said was, for example, for William Ruto, this is a first-time presidency, so he felt that a lot of the comparisons being made by pollsters was as if he was running for a second time.
Right.
And so I found that very interesting. So I think this is a discussion that we may never quite finish.
Yes.
Because I remember at the end of that discussion, I did feel that both sides actually came in with very strong points.
But the bit of it is that this election now gives us the best data, the best data on how to,
how to bet, how to analyze 2027.
Exactly, moving into the future.
And Sam, yes, there's an explanation you gave about the comparisons you are making, just to be sure that I got you correctly.
Okay.
We have Raila Odinga having appeared in 2013, 2017, and now, and even though William Ruto is new in this game,
as the candidate.
Yes, what we are looking at is how Raila Odinga performed in the past, and then picking a point that has been provided by Ruto's entry and comparing what Raila lost or gained with respect to Ruto.
Is it still a fair way to do it? Should we look at this election with fresh eyes, considering, like what you said, Wahiga, he is a fresh presidential candidate. So it's very hard to kind of separate those numbers between him and President Uhuru Kenyatta when they ran in 2013, 2017. I mean, you could probably look at that from the strongholds and what he was able to contribute. But outside of that, how else can we look at the rest of the country?
Those are very tough questions.
we may need a pollster here.
And you're the one asking the questions.
I'm used to posing those questions.
Rhetorical questions, then.
I never imagine what the questions, what the answers should be.
Yeah.
But I mean, since 2013, there has been always the Ruto factor in a general election, or in a presidential election. There's always been a Kenyatta factor. There's always been a Raila Odinga factor, a Kalonzo factor. And this time round, there's a Martha Karua factor.
And that's region by region.
Factor.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And also because of their positioning in the tickets. So we have to weigh that, because if Uhuru Kenyatta was running for president in 2013 or 2017 without William Ruto, the numbers that he posted in the Rift Valley would not have been the same. So you cannot ignore the contribution of William Ruto to the numbers and the analysis that we have to go through here. There are two areas that you haven't looked at, and this is in the South Rift. Let's begin with Narok County and how they're faring. So far, again, it was a battleground according to the surveys. William Ruto is posting 51.16% and Raila Odinga posting 48.21%. The registered voters were 98,000, and this is how it looked in 2017. In fact, Uhuru Kenyatta was ahead with 52.85%, while Raila Odinga was following with 45.77%. So this time round appears to have gained some 3 percentage points. But what was happening in 2013? It went to Raila Odinga. He got 50.28%, and Uhuru Kenyatta got 46.37%. And the reason why there was a difference in 2017, there was a bit of conversion of some of the local leaders, just like happened in some parts of the Northeastern. The other area to look at would be Kajiado County, because the politics of Kajiado and Narok are quite different in terms of how they vote for the national seat. Raila Odinga is posting 53.07%, while William Ruto appears to be posting 46.11% out of the votes that have been tallied. And they have only tallied 197 polling stations out of 890. If you're to look at 2017, this was the tally: 56.81% for Uhuru Kenyatta, 42.16% for Raila Odinga. In 2013, the numbers were slightly different, just 2 percentage difference, but they were different. Raila Odinga had 117,856 votes, which was 44.44%, Uhuru Kenyatta 52.36%. Why this is important? In 2013, the governor of Kajiado came from ODM, that is one Nkedienye. But Odinga did not win the majority vote for the presidency. In 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta got governorship. Actually, let me just look at it.
And,
He got the governorship over Lenku with 53.69%. but also got the presidential vote at 54.27% this time round. You see Raila Odinga gaining a little bit compared to 44, actually has gained 5 percentage points to settle at that point. And of course, he now has his first governor, Nkedienye, the sitting governor, Joseph Lenku. Now Joseph Lenku has gone to ODM, Nkedienye has gone to Jubilee, but both Jubilee and ODM are in Azimio la Umoja. William Ruto has a candidate of UDA, that is Metito, but now he's posting 49.20%. So at the end of the day, it will be very important to assess, because those two campaigns spent a lot of time in both Kajiado and Narok counties.
Yes, they did.
Remember those campaigns were very huge crowds with very beautifully dressed crowds.
A show of might
with the room
was the message. Yes, the message.
So
being
it will
sent.
be very interesting to weigh what was the impact of those crowds, because every candidate could actually get sizable crowds. Look at how they're tallying, almost 50-50.
Interesting.
And for the sake of those who are viewing us this morning, there are people who confuse South Rift to include Bomet and Kericho.
Right.
Now that you've marked it clearly, I guess you could just explain it so people do not continue to make that mistake.
And this was one of the differences between, I think, two of the pollsters in terms of how they gave different candidates different results based on which counties they considered as making up a certain region. I think was it on your show? Or?
Yes,
actually, I heard it somewhere. Nevertheless, and
there are two pollsters that consider South Rift region differently. It's between Tifa and Infotrack. I think Tifa considers South Rift to be Narok and Kajiado, and that is why usually they were saying that Raila Odinga appears ahead. Yes, Raila Odinga appeared ahead, but Infotrack was considering South Rift to also include Bomet and Kericho. I'm trying to touch the red button, and I got it. Yes, Kericho, Bomet, Kajiado, and Narok, and therefore they were posting and saying that the South Rift region appears to be going the William Ruto way, because you can see, of course, this weight of 95.17% of Kericho and this 94.54% of Bomet. If it goes to be part of South Rift that also has Narok, then you can clearly see that that area is likely to be considered to be a stronghold of William Ruto.
I think one of the big questions that will continue to be discussed in this election is the impact of the drop in the number of young voters that registered for this election, bearing in mind one of the camps pitched itself as the camp that will carry the aspirations and dreams of young people to the next level, and the apathy amongst young people, disenchanted by, of course, the challenges that the country, the economy has faced, the economic hardships, the challenges of corruption as well. And I see strong discussions around that. But I also know that with 2027 in mind, there will need to be concerted effort to get more young people to register to vote. But, there's also a discussion around, which side benefits whatever camps will be there in 2027 to have more young people on your side or not. I remember a viewer remarking today, watching lines as people are queuing to vote and saying, I don't see too many young people stepping out. Not necessarily that they didn't register to vote. Maybe they're going to come a bit later on.
Yeah.
But there was a feeling that a more middle-aged population turned up in large numbers to go and vote, and the decisions they'll make at the ballot could be part of a discussion once these provisional results become more definite, as more of them come in as well.
That's an interesting point. I don't know that Buthura has something to say about it, because I looked at some statistics early in the year of some of the political parties based on the registration, membership registration. And it's fascinating. There's a party that I will not name. Out of 5 million registered members, why are you laughing?
No.
Out of 5 million
the right to
registered members, you can imagine 3 million were non-voters. So that's 60% of the membership of that party were non-voters. So it means you have a lot of following, people who can help you at the nominations, but they'll not help you at the general election.
And we saw that today when Right Honorable Raila Odinga was going to vote, there was this mammoth crowd around him who escorted him to the polling center. And then after he cast his vote, they disappeared with him. We were not shown if they voted or not.
And on that point, that rallies do not translate to votes. You know, and you think about what incentivizes someone to attend a rally. It's a handout, let's be honest.
Yep.
And for those who, we saw quite a few complaints of people saying, I didn't have money to get to the polling station to vote, right? Which, when you think about it, that could be considered voter bribery. If I'm going to give you some money to then take public transport to get to the polling station, that's treatment of a voter. So that's a violation. So how do you kind of reconcile those two thoughts in terms of, yes, you can get them to the rally, but not to the ballot?
You won't get them to the polling station. Now, tell you this. Okay, people don't know him, but my barber, he was telling me he's not going to vote. I asked him why. And he told me, you know, I haven't gotten anything from this campaign. And I asked him, what do you mean? I've been working. And so yesterday was a holiday for them. He's fairly young. But yesterday when I went to Kenya Water Institute polling station as part of my duties, different capacities, I noticed some older personalities or persons going to vote. There was an 80-year-old woman by the name Jessica Ndwati who told me that she has voted since 1963 or since independence of this country. You do not expect such a lady to be at a campaign rally.
No.
Probably you don't even expect them to watch Citizen TV for the coverage of political campaigns. But it is so ingrained in their minds that on the voting day, you keep asking, when is it? Where is my document to prepare to go to vote?
Yeah.
So there is really some work that has to be done, especially for the young people. 9% people that were under 35, according to the IEBC.
That was a drop from 2017.
Yes. So it also means that as part of the population, there are people who are not registering to vote who are of eligible age, that is from 18 going up. So there's a serious conversation that has to be held, whichever way this election goes, to see how then do you make the young people involved, not in campaigns, but also in decision-making, in such a serious decision-making exercise for the country.
And you wonder if they think, you know, we vote, but we don't see the material difference in our lives, right? So you're telling me to exercise my democratic right, but I'm not seeing that having an effect on the money in my pocket, you know, or having a job. And so for many of these young people, an older generation perhaps will do it on principle, on duty, because this is something that's expected of me. When you look at a young person, they're trying to see, well, I can't even, what does it mean to me on a very basic, fundamental level to vote for this individual that then translates to my benefit? And they have not seen that maybe in the last couple of regimes, you know, so trying to kind of see where that's coming from in terms of their voter apathy.
Just to actually respond to something Karriera said, I actually spoke to one of our reporters today after Raila finished voting and went outside and addressed that crowd.
Yeah.
I'm told after that he actually asked them to raise their fingers with indelible ink, and a couple of them did not have, and he immediately told them, please leave this gathering and go and vote. So he was aware that this crowd that may be cheering for me may not have, some of them may not have voted for me, and I think that was
that's an interesting one.
It actually did happen today.
Towards the end of the campaigns, President Kenyatta was in Nyanza, and he made a stop over. I think he was in Kisumu. And after that, he went to meet the people, and he was telling them that you guys, you're saying that you know who the next president is, but you guys just end up with the word of mouth. We want that on the 9th of August, of course I can say this because no one is voting in Nyanza today. After this, we want that the next conversation you have with anyone, they have to first show the evidence from their finger. And the voter turnout, because let's just take a look in 2017, because that's where the president was. The voter turnout was 81.64%. If you are to compare that to a place like, say, Murang'a County, where President Kenyatta comes from, it was at 86.88%. Well, still higher than the national average, but you can see there's a difference. So showing as if there's some parts that are not as enthusiastic to go out and vote, but they're very good at coming out to support political campaigns. There's a viewer who is asking why we are not reporting the other seats. We will, as soon as we get the results. But also to give this explanation that the law requires, it is only the presidential election that requires the results declaration forms to be transmitted electronically. So the only forms
that we can access.
Yes, the only forms you'll find on the IBC portal are for the presidential election. You will not find any form on that platform for the governor's race, for the senatorial race, for the woman rep, for the MP, and also for the MC. And again, to just indicate that MC and MP, these are elections that are determined at the constituency level. For the woman rep, senator, and governor, they have to go to the next level of the county. So for the presiding officers that are managing all these elections, most of them are at the constituency level right now. The returning officers who are supposed to make a return of a constituency to the county level, they are still at the constituency tallying center. So they have not submitted any results for governorship, senator, woman rep to the county returning
so
officers.
For example, if you look at the Kisumu National Polytechnic tallying center, the information that we have is that results are streaming in slowly, with the returning officer projecting midday, possibly as the earliest to announce official results.
For what's it?
Should be for the gubernatorial, senatorial, county woman member of National Assembly as well.
Right.
So those are some of the challenges, and so results are streaming in real slow.
Sure.
At this time. So I understand their frustrations. I've seen one viewer saying, "Please, let's talk about other races."
Other races,
yeah. So talk about what we have, what we've ascertained, what we can stand by.
All right. So look at the votes. 49.38. 49.37. Oh, what is it now? 49.37, 49.37. Are you seeing that, Ohiga? 1,156, 1,155. A difference of about 300. Keeps changing.
And this has been happening for the last hour or so.
Yeah. So far, the total is 2.34 million votes considered. A turnout of 10%, of course, considering that the total voter population is 22.12.
Sam, I don't want to be the bearer of news that may not make many of our viewers happy, but I did recently look at a document that showed the several different outcomes that could come out of an election.
Yes.
I'm sure you had a chance to look at the same document as well.
Yes.
That could stretch the declaration and swearing in of a president to either at the end of this year or May next year, depending on different scenarios. Now, we're not even going to talk about that right now. I'm sure
you've already cast such a dark cloud in the studio.
You're not even anyone concerned about the economy, but those numbers definitely make one want to understand what a runoff would look like for discussion's sake. Again, the IBC are the ones who will declare the final results.
Okay.
And then again, if you look at the numbers submitted versus total number of polling stations, a lot could change between now and 8 hours.
Right. I'm actually just calculating the percentage of these polling
results
stations
submitted from polling stations, right?
The polling stations, 17% of the polling stations have reported.
20-something%?
No, it's 17.0%.
Yeah.
Yes. So still so much work to be done. If we get to 50% of the polling stations, like I said earlier, we can sort of start to tell where it's going. But if this trend continues even at 50%, we may require to wait a little longer. Remember in 2013, actually, now that you mentioned that, the votes that moved the country above a 50% mark were just 0.06%, which was almost 8,000 votes. Because, let's see, the votes cast were 12,330. 028, if you divide by 2, gets you to 6165. 6165,014. So minus 6173,433. So that was 8,419 votes in excess of the half. So that's what crossed Uhuru Kenyatta to the top. So for Raila Odinga and William Ruto, for them to cross that mark, you may find that it will be a handful of votes. And now that becomes risky because it becomes a possible avenue of appeal or a petition at the Supreme Court, because it could be as a result of human error in calculations.
And of course, it increases scrutiny in a county constituency like Eldas in Wajir.
Right.
So all focus will be on that right now.
Exactly.
If you've had enough agents in your camp to calculate what the Form 34As are telling you right now, as residents of that constituency go to vote.
Yes.
You, as a party, make sure your agents are properly deployed there to guard every single vote.
Right.
Because literally every single vote would count.
All of a sudden, a small constituency, it's not small in terms of size.
Don't say small.
but in form of the number of registered voters. I actually promised that I'll get that. I'll get that before we leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a small voter population becomes the decider in such a...
It'll be very interesting to see. So Eldas actually voting actually opens up now, 6 a.m. already. And it is the one that is yet to register for some hitches experienced yesterday.
Right. Okay.
And IBC will need to tell us whether the security situation is fully under control, under advice from security agencies. But hopefully we can check with our man on the ground there.
Right.
And he'll tell us whether that has begun or whether the IBC would give direction on that situation. That was quite a worrying one as the country prepared to go to the polls.
I'm trying to pull the number of registered voters in Eldas. I don't know if you, Muthiro, you have any thoughts about...
Looks like Victoria is into it. What I wanted to ask you was, now that we have over 90% of Form 34As already transmitted to the National Tallying Center, Sam?
Yes.
I'm sure there are other partners in crime like you in crunching numbers.
Yes.
Is it likely that people are going to wake up to numbers from the top contenders in this election? Straight up when the sun rises and we have this group saying this is where we are, and another group quoting whatever figures their team has come up with.
Actually, that has been one of the concerns. And I remember speaking to Commissioner Irene Masit on Monday this week. Feels like it was last week already. And I asked her a question, because you've said that people can do parallel tallying. How do you secure the country? Because if I realize that things are not going by direction, I can come to the country and say, we have won, and by this much, and we can account for the votes.
Yeah.
Then you go and sleep. Then IBC, 2 days later, 3 days later, maybe she said that by 13th, which is Saturday, they'll have given the results from her estimation. Then come 13th, and IBC gives a different outcome. That is a recipe for chaos if not properly managed. But she was saying that the understanding is that they do their tally but not announce, because that's the work of the IEBC. But you know the political culture in this country. If you are winning, you can see from Twitter, people are just saying, we're winning without some verification. So we'll have to wait and see who do you trust. But I was also very keen to ask the question about what are media houses supposed to do with that information.
Right.
She said you can use it for your reporting, but you cannot make a declaration. So you just say that so far from the numbers that you've analyzed, this is the tally. Because again, it is the responsibility of the commission to be in a position to do all those other things that are required to be done in as far as before declaring results. I am told that we need to cross over to Eldas because the polling...
And you asked about the registered voters?
Yes.
23,359.
That's correct.
Now, that's enough to change the direction of an election. In 2013, 8,400 were enough to make Uhuru Kenyatta president. So 23 is more than enough. Wow. Now, Abdi is in Garissa, in Wajir County, Eldas constituency specifically. Good morning. What can you tell us about Eldas constituency as the residents and voters there head to the polling stations to decide?
Naam, asante sana. Niko katika kituo cha kupiga kura cha ICF katika eneo bunge la Eldas, mojawapo ya maeneo ambayo jana hawakuweza kupiga kura, na sasa hivi ni kwamba kituo hiki cha kupigia kura cha ICF, vifaa vya kupigia kura havijaweza kufika, na vile basi wapiga kura wameweza kufika hapa asubuhi na mapema, lakini licha ya wao kufika hapa hawajaweza kupata fursa. Maafisa wa usalama hawajafika, maafisa wa tume IBC hawajafika. Kwa hivyo tutaweza ningeweza tu kuzungumza na baadhi ya wakaazi waweze tu kuelezea kuhusu wanachotarajia siku hii ya leo. Karibu sana, ukianza na jina lako, tuelezee ulifika hapa saa ngapi, shughuli iko aje?
Kwa majina naitwa Provisional. Nilikuja hapa mwendo wa saa 11 na mpaka wa saizi vifaa za kupiga kura na maafisa wa IEBC bado hawajafika, na wananchi wanangoja kwa hamu na gamu watekelezea wajibu yao ya kupiga kura na kumaliza kazi mapema na kwenda nyumbani, lakini bado tunaongoja hapa mpaka saizi ni saa 12 ambapo walisema watafungua kituo saa 12 mpaka saizi bado hawajafungua.
Naam, asante sana. Labda tu nipate mkazi mwingine. Kiangalia kama ulifika hapa saa ngapi?
I'm called Mohammed. I arrived here at 5. Up to now, we have not received any ballot box or ABC materials. At the same time, wafanyakazi wa IEBC mpaka sasa hivi watu the electorate wako kwa queue, but there is no work that is going on here. Somehow the people are somehow disparate, and they have even some of them they have failed to come. Those who work for the IEBC. Yeah.
Naam, asante sana.
Okay.
Sam na Victoria pale studioni, eneo bunge la Wajia la Eldas kumradhi limeweza kushuhudia mgogoro tangu uchaguzi uanze hapo jana. Zile vifaa havikuweza kuletwa maeneo haya, na vile vile pia kumekuwa na mgogoro katika makao makuu ya kuhesabia kura ya Eldas CDF Hall. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia kwamba hapo jana wakazi waliweza kufika hapa wapiga kura, na jioni ilipofika tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC iliweza kusema kwamba leo mwendo wa saa 12 ndipo wakazi wataweza kupiga kura, lakini kufikia sasa hakuna chochote kinachoendelea katika kituo hiki cha kupigia kura cha ICF, na hivyo basi tutaweza kukita kambi katika vituo mbalimbali tuweze tu kujua iwapo shughuli ya kupiga kura itakapoanza. Kwako studio.
Na Abdi, kabla uondoke, hapo jana tukaambiwa kwamba kulikuwa na changamoto za kiusalama, labda umeweza kuthibitisha? Naam, Abdi ameondoka. We just wanted to find out whether there was any destruction to any election materials, but he tells Abdi, kama wanipata na kuuliza kana kwamba fahamishwa kwamba kulikuwa na changamoto za kiusalama kabla ya uchaguzi kuweza kufanyika ama siku ya uchaguzi kuweza kufika. Sio kama unafahamu iwapo kuna vifaa vya kufanyia uchaguzi ambavyo viliweza kuharibiwa katika ghasia hizo.
Na Sam, kulikuwa na maandamano nje ya kituo cha kuhesabia kura cha Eldas. Hata hivyo tuliweza kuzungumza na afisa mkuu anayesimamia uchaguzi katika kaunti ya Wajia, na akatuelezea kuwa hakuna vifaa yoyote ambayo iliweza kuharibiwa katika kituo hicho cha kuhesabia kura. Kwa hivyo alisema kuwa zile vifaa ziko salama na maafisa wa usalama wanaendelea kushika doria katika eneo hilo, lakini changamoto kuu ilikuwa ni kuwa kutoa vifaa hivyo kutoka kituo hicho na kusafirisha hadi vituo vya kupigia kura. Lakini alielezea kuwa kuna maafisa wa usalama wa kutosha na mazungumzo yanaendelea katika eneo bunge hilo. Wawaniaji waliweza kuitwa na tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka ili kuweza kutatua swala hilo. Mgogoro ni swala nzima tu la maafisa wa IEBC, kwani baadhi ya wagombea wanahofia kwamba huenda kukawa na ubaguzi katika uteuzi kwa wale maafisa wa usalama wanaopaswa kupelekwa katika vituo mbalimbali. Kwa hivyo hapo jana wawaniaji waliweza kuitwa na tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka pamoja na vyombo vya usalama, wakaweza kuandaa mkutano, na kufikia sasa ni kwamba tume ya IEBC ilisema kwamba mwendo wa saa 12 asubuhi ambapo ni sasa hivi, basi uchaguzi utaanza. Lakini tofauti na kinyume na hayo ni kwamba katika kituo hiki cha ICF ni kwamba hakuna chochote kinachoendelea kufikia sasa, vifaa havijafika. Huenda basi kukawa na changamoto katika kusafirisha zile vifaa hadi vituo mbalimbali. Sam.
Na kama uweza kujumuika na baadhi ya wapiga kura ama wananchi kutoka eneo hilo, hisia zao zilikuwa zipi hapo jana, na uliweza kupata hizo taarifa kwamba uchaguzi utakuwa ukifanyika leo?
Naam, Sam, kuna baadhi ya changamoto ambazo maafisa wa IBC wamekumbana nao na ni za kiusalama. Kumekuwa na wakazi wanaoandamana wanaoegemea upande wa mwaniaji mmoja, wakisema kuwa wale maafisa wa IBC waliokuwa wakitumwa katika vituo mbalimbali ni wale wanaotoka katika au wanaunga mkono baadhi ya mgombea. Kwa hivyo kumekuwa na changamoto Naam, Sam.
Naam, nikana kwamba Abdi amepata changamoto za kipekee, but Wahiga and Vicky here, I mean, it's such a sorry state that IBC said that the elections will be conducted today. And it's not just for the presidential election, but also the other the other 5 seats. But to report that at a polling station, nothing is happening, there are no election materials, the officials are not there.
I think the bigger grievance is also the challenge of the lack of communication. If a journalist has no idea what's happening at a time like this,
can imagine.
And he's not supposed to considered an agent.
Yeah, exactly.
Should be, privy to this information. Yeah.
It's what I was referring to earlier, that in theory, IEBC talks big, but when the rubber hits the road, then they fall short. I'm giving you practical experience. Yesterday, when the polling station where I was manning in Dagoretti North opened, it had already been overrun by voters because voting was supposed to commence at 6, but nobody had planned that about 2,500 voters would show up before 6. So there was nobody to address them, to tell them to be calm and to wait. The polling station will be opened. What was there was police in their military fatigue with guns and batons and a crowd of people. So what the people did was they got agitated and they broke the gate and ran into the polling station and they couldn't even stop. So yes, there's the intention to do good, but capacity is lacking.
Wow.
Communication is good, but then how is it communicated? We were having a conversation with Victoria that you go to a polling center and you have presiding officers and their deputies and they are stationed in different polling stations. But then they do not have someone supervising the whole place, someone that can relay communication and coordinate activities at the polling center.
Okay.
That I experienced, which could be the case there, where the agents could be looking for someone to tell them what's going on, but then everyone keeps pointing a finger to the constituency returning officer who is not at the center at that particular time.
Which is why when IBC holds its next briefing today, they must accord members of the press a chance to ask questions.
Absolutely.
Now, ideally, the first 2 press briefings that happened yesterday happened in a venue where the press had a chance to ask questions. But once the IBC then took its briefing to the main auditorium, journalists were not given a chance, which is not fair at a time like this when there are so many pertinent questions like that and voters like those in Eldas are waiting for answers. What are we going to do here? The security situation, we're not fully sure where that is at the moment. And then voting as well. People have campaigned. There are many hopes and dreams and aspirations there as well. And listening to our journalists there, we are left with more questions than answers.
Even though I think it's fine. The commission, of course, may have its shortcomings, but I think it's a bigger question for the country, especially when it comes to matter security. You'll recall that in the repeat election of 2017, there are several parts of this country that didn't participate in the voting because there was violence, there was barricading of roads. There was a boycott, actually. The Supreme Court said that there are certain things that are not within the control of IBC, because the mandate of the IBC is to prepare and conduct an election. If the circumstances are not conducive because of external factors, then the weight would not be on them. But I hear you. You raise a very valid point in as far as how the Commission communicates all the way down to the stakeholders, in this case the voters, the agents, and everyone else that needs communication. And I don't know what we can do to resolve these such situations in future, because that example of 2017 appears to be replaying in what just happened in Elders.
Certainly. How about what has been suggested, Victoria? I've had conversation that we should surcharge government officials who, in the execution of their duties, do certain things that cost taxpayers money, or even like right now, the tension and suspense, so that when you're charged with a duty to perform on behalf of the public, you ensure that you have every ground covered. Because as far as we know right now, yes, money may have gone to IEBC much later than they had applied for it, but eventually it did arrive, and they should be able to do certain things better than they are doing right now. So if we place that burden on individuals, that if you fall short, you're going to be surcharged and not get scot-free with it, maybe they will be more diligent.
It may raise a level of responsibility.
Yes.
Over a particular matter. I mean, I think there's already a provision in law for that, and we've seen that. I guess the challenge has been is that it's been selective, and maybe the cliche of small fish are the ones who get caught up in this, and not the big fish, so to speak. I mean, interesting proposals, and I think nation building is a long-term process. We always compare this nation with democracies that have been, set up hundreds of years ago, and it's not a bad thing. It is important to have that sort of comparison, but we will continue to fiddle around with the nation building of this country until hopefully we find a formula that works best for everyone, and hopefully sooner rather than later.
Yeah, certainly, because it's a cost to the country, not just democratically, but this election cost a lot of money, 40 billion shillings, the second most expensive that Kenya has had to carry out. So that was averaging, 2,000 shillings per voter. When you think about other democracies, and I heard this in a past conversation right here on Citizen, India, which has a far bigger population, was spending less than 100 shillings per voter. So when you think about efficiency and how we carry out budgets to put forth an election like this, is it that money's not enough, or they're not using the resources well enough? Where do you kind of see that challenge being, Udhiora?
I think it's both, a combination of both. We should get back to the spirit of our constitution, where integrity is at the base of everything. That when we are making appointments to these institutions, it should solely be based on someone's competence and not any other ulterior interest that they'll be serving. So that when someone messes up in a role, they'll be held accountable. So for me, in this case, I believe that we made a mistake letting 3 commissioners run alone for too long, and then introduced new commissioners too late in the game. So whoever allowed for that to happen needs to not be allowed to ever repeat that mistake again. This is water under the bridge now. We should look to salvage, but in future, these safeguards need to be put in place.
And I think it brings up the issue of, do we review decisions made? And I did hear this come up when I had a discussion with members of the budget committee. Every time Kenya plans a budget, and a budget obviously is a full year affair, there never is a review, or it's never made public, of how that budget was implemented, where were the shortcomings, where were the loopholes, so that when you make a new budget, you then factor in all those considerations. And for electoral process, I know we have the Kriegler report and other reports that spoke to what an ideal electoral process for a democracy like ours should look like. What you said is valid, that should we really have, the decision to bring in at least 4 commissioners in September 2021, with a high-stakes election, less than a year away. Is that something that, and I'm sure the commission, hopefully once this election is over, will then come out and say, this is really what was happening behind the scenes, trying to integrate new members with a team that's been on for a long time, get them to understand what needs to happen, work together seamlessly when you hear some of the challenges that came about. And you don't want to read too much into it, but when you hear ballot papers are being transported to the country on a particular day, and some commissioners are learning about it on that same day, and some say it's not a big deal at all, I think you are right in the sense that it isn't necessarily a big deal because there's a secretariat that runs all this, but it is a big deal in that the commission is supposed to operate as one and oversee the specific functions that are set out for them in the law as well. So I think a review after and a real discussion around how do we strengthen the IEBC so that it is the strongest link in an election, not the weakest one, is one that we must have, but that must work well with an executive that is keen to see that happen, and then a judiciary and a parliament and especially a parliament that supports that IEBC as well. Hopefully, food for thought for whoever takes over in the coming days.
And whoever takes over is us, Wahiga. Yes, we're electing leaders, but then
I'm still here. I'm still here in the studio.
Accountable. We are citizens. We are taxpayers.
Okay.
So collectively, there's so much we can achieve together. But we cannot just sit back. If we started agitating for the replacement of the commissioners that resigned way back immediately after they resigned, I'm sure corrective action would have been taken in time. But because we sat back and hoped that someone would do something which they did not, then we find ourselves in this quagmire today.
Food for thought today. Speaking of a quagmire, Sam, I believe we are just about ready to hand over to the next dream team of our Kenya's Choice 2022 coverage.
Yes, can you imagine? We just did 5 hours, actually, more than that. Whoever thought?
Who would have thought?
He has been...
and we could go another 2 hours.
He has been on TV since...
Maybe you.
Is it 8 p.m. from the Bomas of Kenya all the way to here?
Yeah.
I think some of you have been on TV since Sunday, on and off.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
There is a viewer sharing feedback with us. That is Honorable Gladys Bowles from Uasin Gishu. And he's challenging us to keep counting up to the more than how many forms have been posted on the now?
Good question. We should be heading to 91.
We should be.
Yeah, 91.21. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah?
How many? The absolute figure is
42,166.
66.
Yeah.
So she's challenging us to get to download those forms and calculate, get the data obviously, and calculate what the totals are. And
which is what is happening.
Boss, that's what's happening in the building. Yeah. We'll continue to do that. She's also asking a question. These results, they're based on what percentage of the polling station? So let me just make the calculation. This is 7894 divided by 42,166. That comes to about 18.7%. So the results that we're showing you on screen are out of 18% of the forms that have already been uploaded. And so we're using them because this is what we have. We'll continue to process more. Our clerks are still working on it, and we'll get there. And of course, different media houses are also looking at it. And at the end of the day, we'll be comparing the figures.
You can actually tell Honorable Boss that we can access 98% of the Form 34As from Uasin Gishu County.
98%.
98%. Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Nyeri. Yes. They've now hit that 98% mark.
So we'll do all that. And of course, so that to ensure that we have every county considered. Vicky, don't laugh. You don't need to.
I wasn't even looking up at the screen, but you have now tempted me.
So he has a knack of asking.
I will not keep my eyes off that screen now.
Vicky, this is Uasin Gishu. 210 polling stations tallied out of 958. So we are doing 21.9%. Our target is what Higa just read there, 98% plus. But of course, to get every other polling station that is in Uasin Gishu, that's what we will do. At the same time, we are hoping that IBC is also doing its work as they wait for the arrival of constituency tallying officer, not tallying officers, but returning officers to bring the originals of Form 34As and Form 34Bs, because at the end of the day, those have to be received to be verified and the final tally declared. What did I want to say? I keep forgetting, but you know Mashiriba is around, yeah?
Yes, and I think
she will be taking the baton.
Eventually, yes.
With, I think, Mwana Hamisi
and one Jeff Koinange.
Jeff Koinange. They had a long day yesterday. They'll have a long morning, just like we did.
Yeah, we carried the broadcast through the night, speaking to diasporans, which was quite interesting.
Yes. And there were a few more. We were hoping to hear voices from South Africa and elsewhere.
Yeah.
But we'll see what else we can get in our next session. But I think we are due for a break. Is that correct?
Just before you do,
just before the break. Okay, one more thing, and then we take that break.
Let's just count based on our figures. The figures that we have here. Let's count the color coding of the counties. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 versus 23.
Still the same as 2 hours ago?
No, that time was it 25 versus 22? Now it's 24 versus 23?
Yeah.
So it keeps changing.
Yeah.
Of course, we'll wait to see how that map changes as more results come in. Like I told you, we're still waiting for the other races, Governor, Senator, Woman Rep, MP, and MCA, especially. This would be very critical, especially for Ramogi TV and Inoro TV, because those local races are very critical in looking at the balance of power in specific counties. For instance, if you're looking at Murang'a County, you'll want to know how is the balance of power between UDA or the Kenya Kwanza and the Azimio team. So that also it will also speak to the majority, the minority, the House leadership, the appointment of speakers, the what do you call it? The equivalence of Parliamentary Service Commission. What do you call it at the
county level?
The Public Service Board. Is it? I
think so.
Yes,
board?
I think I think that's it.
County Assembly Service Board or something like that. We'll confirm that.
For far too long.
Yeah. There's a point where.
And of course, just to let our viewers know that many of you keenly waiting for an update on what's happening at the race, and our teams on the ground are telling us that there is light at the end of the tunnel. So we hope in this next session you'll be able to get a lot of those results. Those who've been patiently following this broadcast for that, do not worry, keep it here. We have our teams on the ground, and shortly we'll be speaking to some of them who've pitched camp at constituency and county tallying centers, and they will now give us an indication of what's happening in some of those races. And some had even anticipated some of the counties would be more keenly followed, almost as keenly as the national race, the presidential race, as well. So I'm sure there'll be a lot to look at in the coming hours on that front.
It will be pretty interesting across these counties, including a place like Nairobi, with so many voters that whatever happens can really change the fortunes for whatever candidate you're considering. Looking at this, to tell you that Raila Odinga with 57.92% out of some 98,000, almost 100,000 votes that have so far been tallied by our teams here, we have a long way to go to 2.4 million.
And there's a request, Sam, from a viewer wanting to know the factor of Kisii and Nyamira to the Nyanza voting block.
Now, I've been
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
For it. But I think this is Kisii, and it is. So there are some 637,000 registered voters. 271 polling stations have reported out of 1,298. And Raila Odinga appears to have 63.69% against William Ruto's 34.52. Of course, this is one of the areas that has been very hotly contested. Let's look at history. And 2017 will show you that in that election, Raila Odinga got 54.86%, while Uhuru Kenyatta got 42.83%. In 2013, this is how it looked like. Of course, Kisii had an ODM governor. Uhuru Kenyatta had gotten a 27.41% against Odinga's 67.92%. Now, this time round, it appears that Raila Odinga is back to the 60s, 63.69%, but it is only based on some 13.45% voter turnout. So this is going to be very interesting, especially when you look at this sort of effort that has been put by the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio presidential campaigns, even on how they were selecting who will be their candidate. Remember, Azimio had a lot of candidates, whether it's from Jubilee, from ODM, from is it DAPK, and they were not able to agree on a single candidate. Then, so that is Kisii. Nyamira County, on the other hand, this is how it looks like at the moment. 61.33% for Raila Odinga, William Ruto, 37.68% so far in 2017. This is how they polled. 51.6 was for Uhuru Kenyatta. So Uhuru Kenyatta got a majority in Nyamira. Raila Odinga got 46.16%. So if you had to look, for instance, at 46.16% in 2017 versus now an indicative percentage of 61. So 61 minus 46, usually it's about 15. So 15% would be very significant in influencing even the national tally. If you have to look at the trends and how they go for Kisii, you will see that moving from 54% to 63%, that's about 9%. 9 percentage points of 637, that should get you to about 60,000. So it may be useful when it comes to equalizing into other regions that Raila Odinga may have lost the ground to. So for instance, in Lamu that you see those scales, let's just see if there's...
The Lamu number of...
actually, it almost remains the same for Lamu. So that's the wrong example to use. Let's see Tana River, how it's looking. So Raila Odinga in 2017 was at 51.42. This time around posting 54. So again, not a good example to use. Let's see a county that, like Mombasa. So you find that 58.1 to another 58.20. In 2017, it was at 69. So that's a loss of about 11 percentage points. So 11 percentage points, 11% or 10% of 641 comes to 64,000. So that comparing it to Kisii County, where he is gaining 10 percentage points, it almost crosses out. So you lose in Mombasa 60,000 votes, you gain in Kisii. But again, those calculations are based on the assumption that everyone in Kisii voted, and you know for sure, not everyone voted.
Yeah, it's clear.
I don't know what the viewer would think of my reasoning in this. In the repeat election, Nyamira and Kisii participated when most of the
Nyanza had boycotted.
And I would think in this election, besides the fact that they have a candidate from the region, there is the motivation that finally they are getting back in the fray. And so with regard to voter turnout, I suppose just to assert themselves, there is the section that besides Kisii and Nyamira, it's likely to have a far greater turnout than it has ever had before because of the candidate factor and also the fact that there's a time when they were left out.
Okay, that one, I guess in the coming days we will test your hypothesis and your prediction.
I wish we could commission a study to determine exactly, and then some here would crunch the numbers for us.
So why are you doing that?
Well, because it's important.
No, I'm asking when.
Well,
not today.
I don't.
Yeah, certainly.
Actually, it's an area I would wish to pursue.
Sure.
Because now that a precedent was set in 2017, maybe in future we'll have such a scenario.
Right.
Yeah, and I think Kenya being an independent country, if a region chooses not to participate in an election, it should not be a big deal.
As long as it doesn't cause interruption to the rest of the country.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We need to get some tea.
Yes.
Some sleep.
Yeah.
I think let's take that break.
Yep.
And when we come back, a new team will be right here. And so let's give you some of the numbers. Thank you. Thank you so much to everyone who's watched us and sent us those.
Absolutely, from all over the world, and keeping us company up until this point. They've been enjoying the analysis with our very own John King, aka Sam Gituko.
Undisputed. Well done, Sam.
Yeah.
Muthiora, I don't know if you thought you'd be here till the crack of dawn.
This is a first baptism by fire, and I would really love to do this again.
But you've sat at a constituency center or county center or national tallying center till morning waiting for results. So at least you've had a taste of...
Just minus the studio lights and cameras.
Oh, yes.
The pressure here is at another level, especially when you have someone like Sam who has statistics.
It's challenging you with the numbers.
Can we just take a break now? 60,000 people are watching on YouTube.
Oh, wow.
You should.
I think this is the highest we've ever recorded in such
this hour. Wow. I think let them know that there's so much more coming up on the other side. We exit left, but there's a new team coming in, and they'll be taking you through those numbers and some of the questions that we may not have been able to give you answers to. They'll be able to do that.
Okay. My name is Sam Gituku.
I'm Victoria Rubadiri.
Wahiga Mwaura, that was Muthiora Kariara, our analyst for the morning.
Okay.
And,
for the twilight schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll see you soon. Goodbye for now.
Bye.
All right. Bye.